and thank you all for being here today. I'll hand it back over to Denise.
Thank you, Amna, for your great work moderating this panel. I would like to welcome to the stage the panelists of our next session, China's Worldview. As you saw, China is a recurrent theme when you're looking at the world, so it's a great transition to our panelists.
Well, good morning, everyone. I think you'll agree with me that was just a superb panel in so many ways, and really fully justifies the unique approach that Alejandra Werner, the team at the Georgetown Americas Institute, have taken in setting up this forum on the Americas and the world to look at Latin America and the Caribbean in a wider context, more important today than ever. And in a sense, we're going to be going deeper on one of the key themes that emerged and that you all kept coming back to, which is China. And we'll be doing it, I think, in a very fascinating way by looking at China's worldview. How does the world look from China? How do U.S.-China relations look from China? How does Latin America look from China? And we've got Min-Shin Pei here, one of the world's foremost experts, to help us through those questions. But first, let me introduce myself very briefly. Tom Banchoff. I'm the Vice President for Global Engagement here at Georgetown, and in that role work closely with the Georgetown Americas Institute and the team. I also work with colleagues across the university on our initiative for U.S.-China dialogue on global issues. And Asia, East Asia, and China, along with Latin America, are real areas of focus and interest for Georgetown as a university, for our faculty, and our students. So this session allows us to bring all of that together, I think, in some fascinating ways, and as I said, to build on the earlier conversation. So let me introduce our guest. Really, Min-Shin, really delighted that you could join us. Welcome to Georgetown. You are the Tom and Margot Pritzker Professor of Government at Claremont McKenna College, and you've previously served as Senior Associate at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and as Director of its China program. And before that, among other honors and activities, you were the inaugural Library of Congress Chair on U.S.-China relations. You're the author of many books. I'm just going to share the titles of the three most recent. From 2016, China's Crony Capitalism, The Dynamics of Regime Decay. More recently, in 2024, The Sentinel State, Surveillance and the Survival of Dictatorship in China. And this year, Broken China Dream, The Broken China Dream, How Reform Revived Totalitarianism. And Min-Shin will also be known to many of you for his various commentaries and columns with leading outlets, including Bloomberg, the Financial Times, and Project Syndicate. So again, thank you so much for being with us. And I mentioned that we want to delve into China's worldview. But let's start from the ground up and maybe explore the most recent round in U.S.-China relations having to do with trade and the prospect, the danger of a trade war. Since Trump's election, we know a year ago there have been threats of tariffs imposed, renewed threats of new tariffs. And then over the last month, an interesting turn in the run-up to the meeting between Xi and Trump in Korea, South Korea, around the APEC summit. We recall China made really an unprecedented threat to restrict the exports of rare earths. And it looks as if the move had some consequences as the Trump administration backed off from some of its threats to impose even further tariffs. And both sides came to an interesting agreement to be renegotiated on an annual basis. So just to get us started, and against this backdrop, how do you see these developments over the last year? And what does this back and forth on trade, sort of blow and counterblow and uneasy truths, tell us about where the U.S.-China relationship is today?
Well, thank you very much, Tom. And also I want to thank Georgetown Americas Institute for inviting me here to speak on U.S.-China relations and also China's role in Latin America and China's worldview. First, to sort of think about the trade war, I think the best analogy is to think of a boxing match. You have two boxers who fought each other before. Now they are in a new match, new fight. One came much better prepared because that particular boxer didn't do well in the last round. One came in much less prepared because he thought he had all the cards, he had all the punches. It did not work out that way because the boxer that was better prepared was a weaker boxer, was not as hefty. The less well prepared is a better boxer, is a sort of much heftier boxer. So they fought several rounds, at least 3 rounds, if you sort of look at the kind of negotiations the U.S. and China had. It turned out that the weaker boxer but better prepared boxer learned to throw some nasty punches, which the heftier boxer was not prepared for. And so after 3 rounds, they decided to take, they fought a draw, essentially. They decided to take a break. I think this is where we are. Both countries, now let's just put the analogy aside, both the US and China, through 3 rounds, knew that they were better off pausing the match. But what does that mean going forward? You can look at it 2 ways, and I tend to be more pessimistic. The more optimistic look is perspective is in the 3 rounds or whatever, they were hit pretty hard. They knew the consequences were going to be unpleasant. They're not going to win. Neither side will come out a winner. So because of economic independence, rare earth minerals, for China, that's China's nastiest punch. And the US has a lot of punches, but if you have a knockout punch, 3 knockout punches are as good as just 1 knockout punch. So they've decided to call a truce. They think the optimistic look is that they're not going to resume the fight because nobody would win. But I'm inclined to believe in the much more pessimistic forecast of what's going to happen to the match. That is, both boxers decided, okay, this time I have some vulnerabilities. I'm going to take whatever the time, the pause, I'm going to address these vulnerabilities. And next time when the boxing match resumes, I'm going to knock the other guy out. How long, in practical terms, this pause will be, it depends on sort of whether you think the U.S. can deal with the critical minerals problem in the next X number of years. Scott Benson very optimistically said it's going to be 12 months to 24 months. Industry experts said 5 years. So whatever you take, I think it will probably be more than 2 years. And 5 years might be. So the good news is that 5 years, we have this pause, which is pretty long in terms of international relations and trade. So the U.S. is going to diversify supplies, invest in resilience. In the meantime, China also knows the U.S. has a lot of punches to throw. So China will deal with software. This is where the U.S. can inflict a huge amount of damage. civilian aircraft, engines and parts, services. Trade actually is not as trade fight is probably yesterday's war. U.S.-China competition going forward is much less about trade than about technology, because this is where the two countries can really hurt each other. So that is, so if the pessimistic forecast is correct, then 4 or 5 years from now, we can see a much more nasty fight, because both boxers return to the ring thinking that they are much better prepared. They are going to have much less constraints in dealing with each other. So this could be an even nastier fight going forward. The one bright spot, this is where I will end my first end this answer, is that there is one punch neither side threw in the first 3 rounds, and that is security. The Chinese must be very happy to see that Trump is very different from Biden, because Biden was pressing China on the security front very, very tightly. Trump did not use the Taiwan issue. Trump did not actually, security competition was absent from the fight over trade and technology. So this is, I think, a pleasant surprise, and I hope this really continues going forward.
Thank you, and thank you for also placing the current trade dispute in this wider context, the structural competition between the U.S. and China that we can trace back, well, decades, of course, but which has intensified over the last 10 years, and we're at this inflection point. You took us 5 years forward. If we're going to start to explore China's worldview and how China sees this competition, let's step back in a way from the structural focus. And there is a tendency in this town to think that conflict is inevitable. The U.S. is a hegemon, or has been, maybe still aspires to be. China is a rising power. And when a rising power challenges a hegemon, that's where you've got conflict and the danger of catastrophic war. That's the worldview we're kind of familiar with here in the United States. You know, how does China see it? When I say how does China see it, how does Xi Jinping see it? Because luckily we can make that reduction. Analytically, it simplifies things. He has such an iron grip on power. Let's go a little bit into his worldview. Does he aspire, does China under his leadership aspire to displace the United States as a hegemon? Should a China century follow the American century? What is China's worldview here?
Okay. Yeah. Before I answer the question about Xi Jinping's worldview, I want to provide some context. Because in this town, now the conventional wisdom is that this conflict is unavoidable, rising power, incumbent hegemon, always have a zero-sum relationship. Incidentally, that view had been popular in China for years. So there is a mirror imaging story here, because I think for China to have this view, for Chinese leaders before Xi Jinping to have this view, it's not surprising, because Chinese leaders are realists. They are schooled in a zero-sum view of great power relations. Now, this country has returned to that perspective. The U.S. has returned to this that perspective as well. Why did China have, still China does have that view? That's because China's power has been growing. China has a very different political system. And Chinese leaders for a long time sees the U.S. and its allies in the West as harboring a hidden agenda of regime change. So even though the West was in the middle of this decades-long engagement process with China, Chinese leaders openly, I'm not talking about in private secret speeches, openly said, we cannot trust them. They are A, intent upon changing our political system, and B, they are never going to allow China to rise. For a long time, that was not true, but now this is the reality we face. So there's continuity. So in terms of seeing the U.S. and its allies as an existential threat, Xi is not the first one. What makes Xi different is that his predecessors were not risk takers. His predecessors, even though they had enormous paranoia about the US and the West, were still cautious. They saw China was still weak. China needed to bide its time. But when Xi Jinping came along, he had a much greater risk appetite. He also had a very different perception of American power and China's opportunity. The timing of his rise to power actually makes a huge difference. It's the end of 2012. End of 2012, if you look at the gap between Chinese power and the US power. So I like to cite these numbers. We're just looking at some gap between the US and Chinese GDP using dollars, not PPP. When China opened up, so end of the Maoist era, when Deng Xiaoping became the Chinese leader, Chinese GDP was about 7% of US GDP in dollar terms. So at the end of Cold War, 1992, this is the engagement proposed by the Clinton administration to China. China's GDP was still 7% of the US GDP. So when George W. Bush came to power around 2002-ish, Chinese GDP was about 13% of US GDP. So you already saw sort of almost some closing, the process of closing the gap. When Xi Jinping came to power, Chinese GDP was roughly 50%. The biggest sort of the fastest speed at which China closed the gap was really the post-WTO decade. So when Xi Jinping looked at this, he saw the trajectory is pointing in one direction at the same speed, but also circa 2012, US was in the middle of this great recession after 2008, and the US was mired in two forever wars. So Xi Jinping became very confident. Even though I've looked at all his speeches, he never said in public, the East is rising, the West is declining. But when you look at the substance of speeches, that is what he thought. So he saw that there was a historic opportunity. There was this rapid change in the balance of power. The favorite phrase, the sentence he says is, the world is going through changes unseen in a century. I think in many respects that is true, because you have this unprecedented change of power. The end of an era in which the US was definitely undisputed global hegemon. But it's China's rise, it's also the diffusion of powers, mostly from the developed world to developing world. When you look at the GDP figures, technology, I think we've not looked at technology. When you look at the technological landscape at the end of the Cold War and compare today, I think the biggest difference is really the rise of East Asia. Taiwan was nothing in terms of semiconductors. Korea was nothing. Today they're world leaders. And when you look at China, same story. So because he sensed these tectonic shifts in power, and he said, this is our time. And but I think he largely miscalculated. He overestimated Chinese power, because the moment he came to power was also the moment China's economy began to lose momentum for all sorts of reasons. And also that's the moment the US began to recover from the Great Recession. So that is, he underestimated American power, overestimated Chinese power. And I think worst of all, he underestimated American resolve to defend its hegemony. That's because he saw that China was substantial enough.
Yeah.
If it challenges American status as a global hegemon, the US will simply cede its place.
Yes.
And he implemented a set of policies which really amounted to a very direct challenge to American credibility. The most serious is not Belt and Road. It's really the building of artificial islands in the South China Sea. Because the US, for a long time, was the security guarantor of East Asia. And now China did something to show to the US. Now, what can you do? So that's a set of his policies, and on top of these changes, really completely caused the breakdown of US-China relations. Now we're in this hardened, structural, open-ended conflict. So the US-China boxing match is not a conventional boxing match. It does not have any rounds. So they will keep boxing, keep engaging each other until one side falls down. Or, optimistically, after an X number of rounds, they're all bloodied, wounded, and say, well, what are we in this for? Let's call it a truce. So we don't know which one, which end we're going to see.
So this, I would say, somewhat pessimistic view from the point of view of prospects for world peace, this view of competition at all levels between the US and China does echo, and this came up in the earlier conversation, the Cold War and its dynamics. Let's talk about the regional implications of your analysis of China's worldview. You mentioned the South China Sea. Taiwan came up again in the earlier panel. First, just a quick question on Taiwan. Should we be worried that China will try over the next couple of years to incorporate Taiwan? And what can the US do about it if that's a real danger?
I think we should not worry too much about a full-on invasion. This is what China wants to do. China's plan has always been to incorporate with a mixture of military, diplomatic coercion, and economic enticements and political dialogue. So China has a set of toolboxes. That policy has not worked for quite a while, but this does not mean China is giving up. But an invasion, solving the Taiwan problem by force remains the least preferred option. We should not completely rule this out. But from Beijing's perspective, this is how they look at Taiwan. In discussing the Taiwan issue, I mean, as a Chinese American here, I'm struck by a lot of projection. That is, in this town, US officials, they talk about Taiwan as if they are Chinese leaders. They project what they might do to Taiwan as if they are Chinese leaders, without real evidence to show that Chinese leaders actually think that way. So because I've spent more than 3 decades studying China, I know the Taiwan issue quite well. Chinese leaders look at this from a much more sort of holistic way. That is, Taiwan is a big problem for China. But does it mean that it's a problem they have to solve right away? Just do a thought experiment. If China gets Taiwan tomorrow, what does it bring to China? Do you think it's not that much? But if China has to bring Taiwan into the fold at the cost of a war with the US, at the risk of actually losing an amphibious campaign, that's not worth it. And even if you get Taiwan through force, then you're stuck with the pacification of an island of 23 million people. Most of them are not willing subjects. They're going to wage insurgency. China has trouble dealing with Tibet, dealing with Xinjiang altogether. We're talking about 13, 16 million people, and you go there with very well armed. So I think this is definitely, if you're Chinese leaders, it's a problem they would like to solve it on the cheap. But if it's going to cost, if it's going to derail China's rise, probably they're not going to gamble on it. So this is, I think, because if you, I see this number, 2027. I want to challenge people. Bring me the evidence to say that, because these are consequential statements, right? The evidence, if now we're how many years? Well, 2 years away, okay. If China is intent on getting Taiwan back no matter what, whatever the cost, you're going to see the country mobilizing for total war. And that is not a decision Chinese leaders can lightly make. You're going to see a complete reorientation. China is fortifying its economy at a very measured pace. China sees the world as turning in a very dangerous, ugly direction. So it is preparing for this. I think so is the US. And so are American allies, because this is where the world has gone in the last 5 some years. But does this mean that China is about to throw the dice? No. So this said, I would still believe that we can see a different kind of conflict in the Taiwan Strait, for which we should be much better prepared. This is a conflict not caused by deliberate acts, but by mishandling of a very delicate situation, and by China's new strategy, which is because the old strategy has not worked. Taiwan remains defined, de facto independent, now with much more explicit US support, even much less willing to engage in political negotiations with China. So the status quo for China is highly unsatisfactory. Yeah. The other alternative, as I said, a military conquest, is dangerous, costly, undesirable. So what does China have to do? Because if you're Xi Jinping, if you're Chinese government, you have to do something dealing with this unsatisfactory status quo. So from my perspective, I think there is a new strategy China is adopting, which is short of an act of war, but can still be very dangerous. So they are engaging in an escalating series of gray zone coercion, cutting undersea cables, communication cables, sending jet fighters very close to Taiwan's airspace, conducting large-scale joint exercises that amount to what I would call simulated blockades. These are very, very dangerous actions designed to impose costs on Taiwan. Say, okay, you're not negotiating with us, the status quo is going to be costly for you. So I think this kind of situation actually can cause accidental conflict, American countermeasures designed to deter China can cause Chinese response. So we're facing a very different kind of danger.
See, I was getting hopeful there for a second. You know, against the backdrop of this inevitable competition that you see, that the Chinese don't want all-out conflict, that they're cautious, we should not expect aggressive moves. That's all very heartening. At the same time, you finished on a more pessimistic note, the possibility of unintended escalation, misunderstanding is going to be with us for years to come. Let's shift to another regional context, Latin America. And again, we touched on this today in the first session. Latin America is a space for US-China competition. You alluded to the fact that in this town we tend to project our own historical experience around the world, and maybe particularly in Latin America. and to put a certain read on Chinese intentions in the region, and there's a real reaction against that here under this administration. How does China, Xi Jinping, see Latin America, the rise in trade, the rise in financial investment? Is that primarily an effort to promote growth at home? Or is it part of a grand strategy to displace the United States as the hegemon, even here in the Western Hemisphere?
China sees Latin America primarily as an economic opportunity and secondarily as a geopolitical opportunity. But it's not, the security aspect is missing because China knows better than thinking about Latin America in security terms. In terms of economic interests, it's a pretty good fit for China because when you look at what China needs, a huge amount of food, mineral resources, Latin America can provide that. And see what China can do in return. Consumer goods, China is extremely competitive in that space. China is also very competitive in building projects, infrastructure, because over the last 30 years, China has acquired really world-class expertise, capabilities in building infrastructure, because that's how China built its own infrastructure. So it sees, and China has access foreign reserves. China, through its exports, China has a huge amount of foreign reserves that can be invested much more profitably than T-bills, T-notes, American Treasury debt. And for Latin America, I also see they see China as an opportunity, especially South America, because for that region, which has been dominated by U.S. economic, geopolitical, security influence for a long time, they want competition, because the more the competition you have from another part of the world, the more attention you get from Uncle Sam. So this is, I think, sort of the dynamic works that way. So, and over the last, really the story is about sort of 2 decades. You really see the region change. And I think both sides are better off economically. Then geopolitically, China's strategy is that it wants to extend its economic, political influence, because after trade investment, you obviously have closer diplomatic ties. China's view of the global order is this, because I did not cover this one, is that Chinese leaders see the global order created, dominated, led by the West as fundamentally unjust, as fundamentally illegitimate. They've been open about this for a long time because it cares about the interests of the West. It does not take into account of the interests of China and the developing world. So it wants to not necessarily displace the US, I just don't think, because displacing the US takes a lot of resources. And you really need the kind of capabilities only the US has. China just does not. I mean, alliances, right? You also have to have the financial system. You have the kind of technology China is catching up, but not there yet. And also soft power appeal. But China thinks that through patience, through efforts, through economic engagement, it can at least create some kind of parallel order. It's not an order that can displace the West. At least it can create space for other countries that feel disenfranchised. And I have to say that if you're from Global South, probably a lot of Global South countries share that view. Incidentally, when I think about India, China's regional arch rival, if you take the China threat to India out of the picture, a lot of the rhetoric, a lot of interests, the Indian leaders profess or commit to are actually not that different from China's. So I think the one blind spot for the West, for this order, is that they think it's a just order, it's a legitimate order. It serves the West's interests well. As a result, it serves everybody's interests well. The reality is much more complicated. So China sees this as an opportunity. So it's been busy creating a parallel order. And Latin America fits in.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. So we are going to have time for questions. So think of some questions. But we haven't talked enough about AI at this event, don't you think? So AI is something you've alluded to in terms of technological competition. So I wanted to bring that in, especially in the U.S.-China context. So if we zoom out now from the regional to the global again, we know that the U.S. is in the lead, Google, OpenAI, NVIDIA. We know that China is catching up. The gap is closing 3 months, 6 months, a year in areas of hardware, software development. We remember the incredible impact that DeepSeek had earlier this year and waking people up to Chinese progress there. Something those of us who left technology have been following and I think is going to gain much greater public awareness is the Chinese lead, I think we can say, in robotics of all kinds, which is going to be an increasingly important sector, increasingly linked up with AI in so many ways. So what is your sense of the state of the race? And also, to be provocative, are there areas where the US and China might be able to cooperate on AI? Because ultimately, like climate change, this is a global challenge, threatening or at least questioning or getting us to raise the issue of what it means to be human in a world where technology is everywhere. And we see AI already changing relationships, friendships, family, community, up to the national and international level. Is there some way to frame AI as a global challenge that we could explore together? Universities, for example, could explore together, acknowledging all our ideological differences, but keeping in mind our shared interests as global humanity.
I'm not a specialist on AI. I wish I were. If I were to go to grad school today, I would probably pick AI because it's going to be the future for research. But based on what I have read, this is the state of play is the U.S. still enjoys huge advantage, especially in hardware. The U.S. Controls about 75% of the world's computing power. China controls only 15%. So in terms of hardware, it's 5 to 1. The U.S. is still way ahead. The best models are still the U.S. AI models. The U.S. has more talent. The best sort of AI researchers are still in the U.S. So if you look at this landscape, it's difficult to claim, as NVIDIA's CEO said a few days ago, that China is going to win the AI race. I think if you make any predictions just based on a static picture, the US is much more likely to win the AI race. But there are sort of two caveats. One is that when you look at the speed of China's catch-up, that is very surprising, despite a lot of constraints. Because of US export controls, they don't have the most advanced chips, but they somehow, through ingenuity, through whatever entrepreneurship, they have closed the gap, not completely closed, narrowed the gap. They've come, specifically, I think what's interesting in China is that because of export controls, because of their awareness of their constraints. They've embarked on a very different path from the US. The US path is brute force. We're simply going to build gigantic data centers. We're going to put more chips at work. China says, okay, we don't have any chips, so we have to go on a different path. That is, typically they plan to use less computing power to do what they think an adequate job. And second, because the US relies on sort of proprietary models, that is, you have 5 different companies, each try to come up with the holy grail in AI. China says, okay, this is not what we're going to do. We're going to do the open source. We're going to create a model, a different path that will get a lot more adoptions from the rest of the world. The US might get a holy grail, but this will be a very unique system other countries cannot replicate. So China is on a very different model. And third is that now it comes down to what do we mean by win, right? In fact, I think the win has not been defined. How do you define is that are we going to get this super intelligence, a program or whatever that can be smarter than human beings, that can do everything for us? This seems to be the current definition for the ultimate victory. So this can be one win. But another much more near-term practical win is that we use whatever tools, AI tools we have, we actually improve what we do, especially in routine economic activities. So China is has picked that route out of necessity, not out of its desire, because the super intelligence model is out of reach because it does not have the hardware. So we'll see which one. What I can say is that both countries have made huge bets on 2 very different approaches to AI. Whether one country will actually win, it's really too early to tell. So now, in terms of cooperation, I think ideally 2 countries should cooperate because the US and China are leaders. So an AI has maybe the next best thing, but can also have huge risks for humanity, for all kinds of things. And so in the ideal world, they should cooperate. They should discuss regulatory framework, discuss mutual concerns. But in the real world, this is not going to happen because they see AI just as a new front for US-China strategic rivalry. Which country goes there, gets there first, will be in an unassailable position. So this is simply not going to happen. But I think one possible solution is that I cannot think of any bilateral forum for a productive, substantive discussion involving US and Chinese scientists, policymakers. But I think we can do this in a much more neutral venue. Europe, Asia, especially Korea, where sort of the mutual suspicion can somehow be mitigated by the presence of scientists and policymakers that do not feel as intensely about the competition as just US and China.
Maybe Latin America.
Latin America,
Let's be creative. All right, we have some time for questions. We have a mic here. Please stand up, come to the mic, and briefly introduce yourself and pose a question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Eduardo Porter. I would be interested in hearing a bit more. Thanks very much for the great comments, by the way. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about this idea of what China has to offer other countries in the global south and other parts of the world, as an offer to bring them in, to pry them away, perhaps, from the Western canon. I too, I've even written about, this is a great moment of opportunity for China, but I don't really see that it's taking it. I mean, what can I see that China has offered countries, say in Latin America, where I'm from? Well, money, infrastructure investment, currency swaps, inviting them into the Brick and Road. That's all very good, but it doesn't look to me like inviting somebody into a different system with different rules or a different perception of what's, the global good. And on the other hand, I still see China engaging in what looks like a mercantilistic economic policies that could actually do some damage to the industrial structures of many other countries by, these massive Chinese exports. Imports of Chinese goods to Mexico have been risen drastically over the last 2 or 3 years, and you're getting a lot of complaints from their manufacturing companies. So I don't really quite see China taking advantage of this opportunity, and I'd like to see what you see the tools that could be deployed.
Yeah. If China changes policy, it can sort of be of enormous assistance or value to the global South. Unfortunately, so far we have not seen. But if you leave aside sort of all these problematic behavior by China, and there are a lot of things China has done that should be criticized because it's, as you said, quite mercantilist, quite self-centered. But on the other hand, you have to ask this question, and I don't have answers, and I don't see real objective studies. Has Chinese economic engagement with the global South been a net benefit or a net cost? I think this is a pretty good question to ask. I have not seen good answers. You can, I think, in very specific sectors, you can make a more positive statement. I think where there is less disagreement is clean energy. I think the global South is much better off today thanks to China's low-cost clean energy. I would say in some respects, infrastructure is a very mixed picture. I think some infrastructure projects China has helped finance and build probably are of real economic value. A lot of them are white elephants. I think much more controversial is really the problem of outcompeting local industries. I think this is a problem very difficult for China to solve because China's real competitive advantage is really manufacturing. But this is a field where developing countries become wealthier historically through the manufacturing path. But if you have this global manufacturing superpower gobbling up the opportunities because China is really competitive in that space, then how can you help the global South? So I think there's a lot of room for China to improve. But if they see, global South in China's overall grand strategy is very important because it sees U.S. and its allies as the markets of yesterday. The global South is the markets of tomorrow. But if you do not actually pay the price for engagement, then you're unlikely to succeed. I think that is a question Beijing needs to ask and answer. But thank you for raising it.
Thank you. Rolando? Here's a mic.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening. You mentioned clean energy.
Yeah.
I'll give you some examples because we deal a lot with Chinese companies
Yes.
in solar panels and in best battery energy storage systems, in windmills. We bought a lot of Chinese equipment. And I should point out that not only are they very good price, but the technical support they come with is excellent. When we have had this experience in the Dominican Republic, in Jamaica, in Panama, and in where else? Oh, in some of the smaller islands in the Caribbean. We have bid equipment that used to be worth 8 times more when we started than it is today. So competitively, they've adapted to the market and brought prices down. In battery systems, I had one of my partners is the AES Corporation and manufactures through one of their divisions, Fluence, battery energy storage systems. And the price of Huawei equipment is about half of what the American version of that is. So that's one of the advantages that I think China has brought to the renewable energy market, and it's prevailed throughout Latin America.
Thank you.
Thank you for the data point.
Yeah. Other questions? Comments? We have time for one more question. Here we go. Yeah, please come up to the mic. Yeah.
My name's James Markulitis. I'm here with some of my colleagues from IPA, Innovations for Poverty Action, the Peace and Recovery Program. You had talked a little bit about American soft power and how that's kind of one of our strengths relative to China around the world. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the impacts on American soft power versus China in the last 10 months, where a lot of countries have kind of, or people have seen that the US kind of not living up to its democratic values, one of our core tenets of our soft power. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how China kind of views this moment of potential disruption in American soft power, and how they're kind of utilizing this moment. Are they acting upon it, weaponizing it, or are they kind of just sitting back and watching it? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last 10 months, I think we witnessed a period, a very unique, strange period in which the U.S. soft power has been eroded, degraded by its own policies. There's just no question, just across a whole range, USAID, climate, immigration policy, and as well as the dysfunction of the domestic politics, the erosion of the rule of law. So I think there's absolutely no question that last 10 months, Xi Jinping and his colleagues must be very happy to see that what we cannot do to the US is doing to itself at a speed nobody could have imagined. So this, I think that is a fact very few people would deny. But that now, can China utilize this window of opportunity? China has gained some grudging international respect. Using the boxing analogy, it stood up to a much more powerful boxer and fought the boxer to a draw. And remember, all the other countries got into the ring, and the first thing they did was to kneel down, kiss the ring. They don't even bother to fight, and other countries say, okay. So China actually stood up to a very powerful adversary. So I think China gained some grudging respect that way. But otherwise, China has a lot of baggage. That is, in this competition, America's loss of soft power does not mean China's gain of soft power. Because if you look at China, it is still on the side of Russia, supporting an unjust, brutal war of aggression against a medium-sized, a weak neighbor, and that has done China a lot of damage. And China has not really done anything to change that image. And China's own domestic political situation is not giving people a lot more hope and confidence, right? Well, rule of law is being eroded, but there is no rule of law in China whatever. I just do not think that China is in a good position to increase its soft power. But I think it's a tragedy that decades of American soft power are being sort of squandered away needlessly.
Well, we tried to end on hopeful notes.
Yeah.
We don't have time to do that now, but we do have panels this afternoon, and I hope you all will stick around for those. In the meantime, we invite you to enjoy conversation over lunch right in this room. Thank you for being here this morning. We've had two tremendous conversations, and the conversation we just concluded on China really, I think, built beautifully on the earlier one this afternoon. It's going to be a great day-long conversation. And now I'd like to thank you for being here, but also ask you to thank Min-Shin Pei for a wonderful presentation. Thank you. That was perfect.
We now invite you to join us for a buffet lunch here in Copley Formal Lounge. We will restart the conference at 2:30 with our keynote address, Technology and Global Inequality in the Age of AI, featuring Nobel laureate Simon Johnson. Please join us again at 2:30.
Welcome, good afternoon. I want to invite everyone to take their seats. We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry, there is one.
Welcome back to the Americas and the World Forum. Please take your seats. I want to welcome Alejandro Werner, the director of the Georgetown Americas Institute, who will introduce our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us for the beginning of the afternoon session on technology and global inequality in the age of AI. We are honored to have Simon Johnson. He's a Ronald Kurtz Professor of Entrepreneurship at MIT Sloan School of Management, where he's the head of the Global Economics and Management Group. At MIT, he's also the co-director of the Stone Center Initiative and a research affiliate at Blueprint Labs. In 2024, Simon received the Nobel Prize in Economics, joined with Aaron Acemoglu and James Robinson for studies of how institutions are formed and affect prosperity. From 2007 to 2008, Simon was the chief economist and director of the research department at the IMF. He currently co-chairs the CFA Institute Systemic Risk Council. He's a member of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation Systemic Resolution Advisory Committee. From July 2014 to early 2017, Simon was a member of the Financial Research Advisory Committee of the U.S. Treasury's Office of Financial Research, within which he chaired the Global Vulnerabilities Working Group. From February 21 to March 25, Johnson was a member of the board of directors of Fannie Mae, where he was vice chair of the Audit Committee, vice chair of the Compensation Committee, and a member of the Risk and Capital Committee. He has authored multiple papers, many books. Recently, he wrote with Aaron Acemoglu, Power and Progress, our 1,000-year struggle over technology and prosperity, where he explores the history and economics of major technological transformations up to and including the latest developments in AI. His previous books, one with Jonathan Gruber, Jumpstarting America, How Breakthrough Science Can Revive Economic Growth, and The American Dream. He also wrote 13 Bankers, The Wall Street Takeover, and The Next Financial Meltdown, that has become one of the mostly highly regarded books about the financial crisis. And some time ago, White House Burning, The Founding Fathers, Our National Debt, and Why It Matters for You. I guess it's today even more topical than at the time you wrote it. So it is hard to think of somebody better to help us think through the major trends affecting the world economy today. So please join me in welcoming Simon Johnson to Georgetown.
Thanks very much for those very kind words of introduction. I'll speak out over here if that's okay. And I'd like to spend the next 40 minutes talking with you about what's happening in terms of technology, particularly artificial intelligence, how we think that's going to impact the United States, but also how it's likely to impact other parts of the world. And I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to talk with you about how it may or may not impact Latin America, because these questions are very much on our mind, and you obviously know an enormous amount about this. So it's technology and global inequality in the age of AI. That's my topic. And just to give you the summary points, because I'm going to cover a lot of material and I want to make sure I tell you what my conclusions are at the beginning. At least at MIT and probably at Georgetown and probably almost everywhere else right now, you hear two very different views about the potential impact of artificial intelligence. One is what I think we can call techno-optimism. AI will be so incredibly enhancing of productivity that you won't have to worry about anything else ever again. Well, these views are definitely out there. The other view is, of course, exact opposite, extreme techno-pessimism. AI is going to destroy jobs and maybe many other parts of our social fabric, and it could even be one of our most catastrophic inventions. So our view, me and my friends, I'll talk about my friends in a moment, is actually somewhere in between. We think that it is an important technology. It is going to change many things about how we work and how we organize our lives. We are not, however, expecting a massive productivity miracle. And this matters because you can still have, and I'll talk about historical episodes, you can still have a big shift in inequality of money, income, wealth, and also power without necessarily having an acceleration of productivity growth. And in some ways, that could be one of the most difficult combinations to deal with. But the main point of this talk and the book that I wrote with Doron Acemoglu, Power and Progress, and our continuing work at MIT with Doron and also David Autor, the labor economist, our main focus is to say it doesn't have to be this way. The technology always provides us with a choice. There's an absolute definite choice in the United States, in and around the tech sector, with the people who are inventing this technology. But there's also a broader social and you might say political choice in the US in terms of how the technology develops, what capabilities become salient, and how does that interact with different kinds of people's skills and opportunities. I also think, although this is more speculative, but I think in every country in the world there are opportunities to shape how AI is used. At the same time, it's always going to be important to recognize what's coming to you from this, well, you can say global marketplace. I mean, frankly, it's a few people on the West Coast, primarily on the West Coast of the United States. So what they invent is going to reshape the world in some ways, but you can still choose within that how your society, how your economy is going to adapt and how it's going to use these opportunities and who is going to win and who is not going to win in this technological transformation. So the book is Power and Progress, came out in 2023. We work on these issues at what's now called MIT Stone Center for Inequality and the Future of Work. The book is by me and Doron Acemoglu. As I mentioned, David Autor is our co-director of this initiative. And I did have an opportunity recently to speak with one of the leading luminaries of the nascent AI industry. Okay, it was Sam Altman. And I said to Sam, okay, what about the jobs? Because AI is obviously going to replace people in many of their current tasks. We'll talk more about that context in a moment. And Sam said, Simon, don't worry. You and I will be playing with galaxies. I thought, well, okay, I'm not against playing with galaxies. That sounds like a lot of fun. But really, that's the answer, that the expansion of human capabilities is going to be so vast that we're going to be beyond this solar system within my lifetime? I'm not so sure. And this book and this work and this talk is about what is more likely to happen in the nearer term, although perhaps this ultimately takes humans to the stars. We'll see what your views are on that too. Oh, and I will also say a few things along the way about the work that won Doron and me and Jim Robinson the Nobel Prize. I actually woke up October 14th last year and somewhat puzzled and stunned by the news. I thought it was a hoax until I saw this drawing on the internet put out by the Nobel Foundation. I thought, well, if it's a hoax, then somebody's invested a lot of money in doing this drawing, and it wasn't a hoax. They actually liked the work that we had done, the three of us, about 25 years ago, between 25 and 20 years ago, on how institutions affect, where institutions come from, where the rule of law comes from, where democracy comes from, and how that impacts prosperity. So I'll make a few points about that along the way, because I think it's highly relevant to today and to tomorrow in terms of how the technology and AI develops. So the first, and I think most important thing is to recognize, and perhaps even to agree, that every technology that we've ever experienced is born into a particular society. That it comes with a vision, it's presented to us by some people, they have thoughts about how they want to live, how other people around them should live. So social context matters a lot, and always has mattered for invention. So what is the social context of the United States? What is this moment in which the AI is being born? Well, I think the top picture here tells us a great deal about that. This is what's happened to earnings for men in the United States over the past 40 to 50 years. The pattern for women is in the lower picture. It is similar but not exactly the same. If we looked at other industrial countries, again, there are similar patterns. The US is, among major economies, the most extreme. And you can see that as a result of, I mean, we can put whatever labels you want on it, some combination of technology transformation, digital revolution, and yes, globalization, along with some other social phenomena, such as I'll talk about, including decline of trade unions. The earnings of men with a lot of education, including beyond college education, have risen quite nicely over those decades. The wages of men who didn't finish high school have been basically flat for decades in the United States. Now, in the middle, in this graph, of course, there's an intermediate outcome, but the thing to remember is that the pressure on the middle class has been manifest not just in earnings, but also in the number of jobs for which you can receive this kind of income. And as a result of successive waves of, or continuing process, a steady process of automation, compounded by some particular trade shocks, including what some people call the China shock that came in the early 2000s, many of the jobs that were in the middle income, middle skill, middle education category in the United States, those jobs were eliminated. In the United States, as you know, we don't do mass unemployment. We also don't have anything you would call an active labor market policy. In fact, one of my expert friends likes to say the US labor market policy can be simply summed up as get another job. So if you lose your job, you lost your job in the middle, and there aren't many jobs in the middle, you get pushed down to the lower end of the labor market where it's very hard to make a living. So this is the pattern that we have experienced in recent decades. When I first came to the United States to study for a PhD at MIT in 1985, I was 10 years old. The US struck me as being relatively unequal compared to the UK where I was from. It was relatively entrepreneurial, and people were less worried about redistribution. It was sort of striking. And also views of economists, including my contemporaries, including the professors I had at MIT. If AI was being born in 1980, if it was born in 1985 in its modern version as opposed to today, that's a fundamentally different society in terms of inequality of income and inequality of wealth than what we're living in today. And it is entirely possible that AI could exacerbate this divergence because, as I mentioned, as I described the pattern in the data, part of this change is due to what economists call skill-biased technological change. The term can be a little confusing. It basically means that people who have a lot of skill, a lot of education, actually probably pretty much everyone in this room, everyone listening to my voice now or in any recording, most people like you do well as technology develops, have done well from digital technology, and will continue to do well. So AI is likely to boost your productivity, and that may well play out, that productivity gain may play out in ways that increase your income. But for other people, less advantaged, with less opportunity, previous digital transformation has done that. AI is not so likely to do that. One CEO I spoke to about this said, and I don't advise you to use this terminology, it's not nice terminology, but this is from a CEO, and I just want to give you an example of one person, but also actually a fairly standard view in some parts of corporate America today. He said, yes, Simon, AI is going to replace people who have cut and paste jobs. So the job has some repetitive element. It's not entirely repetitive because entirely repetitive tasks have been largely automated already, but the job has substantial repetitive elements. Now these are, in the first instance, white-collar jobs. They are we'll talk some more about the kinds of people who have the sort of jobs we think are in the immediate line of fire. And that's not necessarily the end of the story, because in any technological transformation, it matters what are the new opportunities it created, and can you go on to seize those new opportunities? But without question, and you're seeing this now, the book came out 2 years ago, you're seeing it in the news headlines of Amazon's announced job cuts last week, for example, specifically saying we don't need so many white-collar workers, we are automating their tasks, their functions, using versions of AI. This is coming much more broadly to this society, and I think to all societies. And of course, that's a big question for you and for this institute and for all of us, which is what happens around the world? So the world has made some progress in terms of closing some gaps. There's still very big differences in income per capita and opportunity, obviously, around the world. To the extent that countries have risen based on manufacturing or services where there's a a cost advantage, a low-cost labor advantage, it's already the case that AI can automate a great deal of the white-collar functions and services. Bringing AI to manufacturing is a little bit more, there is some automation, a high degree of automation in the assembly of vehicles, for example, but a lot of manufacturing is not fully digitized and therefore not so easy to bring AI to. But I have many brilliant colleagues at MIT and elsewhere who are working really hard to bring AI to manufacturing. So if it's the case that some countries previously were able to develop first by being low cost, low skill, and then raising their skill level and getting higher wages, what happens to that development ladder? I think that's a very relevant and timely and difficult question. And a question, by the way, on which we have not much data. So if you're thinking about things to study and promising topics, I commend this one to you. Now, just a word about institutions and the institutional context and why I think it's relevant. So what we did in the work that drew the attention of the people who award Nobel Prizes is look at the history of European colonization and ask the question, what did the Europeans do around the world? And obviously, there are some people who say the Europeans had very positive influences. There's other people for a long time who pointed out that Europeans had very negative influences. If you think in terms of economic development, and you think in terms of income per capita today, you can see some very distinctive paths, and I've divided them here for simplicity into two. In places where the Europeans decided they wanted to settle and come in large numbers themselves, so the European immigration was regarded as an appealing part of the colonization strategy, they built better institutions for themselves, better rule of law for themselves, and that encouraged private sector investment and the development of societies actually rather like this one. In places where the Europeans didn't want to go, primarily because it was so unhealthy for Europeans, actually the Europeans tried to move almost everywhere. And some places the mortality rate was rather like in Europe. That's the case in North America. Some places a little bit more healthy than Europe. That was the case in Australia. In other places, it was shockingly unhealthy for Europeans. And if you sent 1,000 Europeans, for example, to West Africa around 1800 or up to 1850, about half of them would die in the first 2 years. So these death rates severely discouraged migration. And in those places, the Europeans did not back off. They did not withdraw. They retained a great deal of influence and in some cases control. And they built institutions that were not favorable to the broad cross-section of society. Yeah, the rules helped the people who were running the place, that was the Europeans, not everybody else. And after colonization collapsed, after the colonies collapsed, a lot of these institutional histories persisted and continued to influence places. So history is not predetermination. There's plenty of choices that can be made, but there is a very strong weight of these historical colonial experiences. Actually, in some places, including in the Americas, geographic areas that were more developed, such as the Aztec or Inca empires, subsequently experienced less economic growth than areas that were relatively less developed, such as North America. That's the impact, long-lasting impact of not the institutions the Europeans brought, because the Europeans brought institutions everywhere, but what kind did they bring? Did they bring institutions that were pro-private sector, that encouraged investment, that helped to build what has become modern industrial economies? And having said that, of course, I have to emphasize, and I think this is particularly salient point in the United States today, partly because of where we are in terms of thinking about our institutions and their legitimacy, but partly because some people would like to airbrush out difficult parts of American history. So even though the US built, on a comparative per capita basis, an average basis, inclusive institutions, and institutions that favored many people, including those European immigrants I mentioned, the rules of the game that the Europeans created were absolutely not favorable to everybody, including to people who were slaves. And it's even worse than that because while the American system of slavery was absolutely dreadful at the time of independence, when the textile industry began to industrialize in Britain and when the demand for cotton rose, this coincided with some technological innovations, including in the preparation of cotton, the cotton gin, in the United States. And that combination of increased demand and an ability to cultivate cotton away from the US East Coast in what we now call the Deep South, that resulted in the forced migration of more than 1 million African American slaves under absolutely dreadful conditions and to work on cotton plantations which were as far as I can see, some of the absolute worst living and working conditions ever invented by humans. So all of this took place within the United States. And of course, emancipation, I mean, my point in the broader context was you have to live with and grapple with the historical aftermath of those long-standing institutions. Emancipation in the United States was followed by a denial of civil rights, voter suppression, segregation, lynchings, penal labor systems, and state-condoned violence against African Americans. So within the United States, on which we have positive things to say, on average, and in terms of our potential for dealing with technology, we have also had instances of some of the most extractive institutions ever. So what happens when economic development goes right? New technology arises. How does it play out in a way that really benefits a lot of people? Well, in 1851, the British held a great exhibition in a crystal palace, a special-built glass palace in Hyde Park in Britain. And they invited the entire world to show up and present their most impressive industrial wares. The British were feeling pretty good about themselves, and they thought they would do well in this comparison. And the United States sent a delegation, and at least what they put on display initially in 1851 was some stuffed animals, and I don't mean fluffy toys, I mean animals that they had shot, and the guns they'd used to shoot the animals. Yes, so there was some hilarity in the British press about, oh, look at these Americans, 50 years of independence, what have they achieved? By 1890, the United States was the greatest industrial power in the history of the world and has never looked back. So how did the US go from being a relatively agrarian economy with not much by way of technological innovation to being the world's #1 industrial power and pushing forward the innovations I'll describe in a moment? Well, I've been to New York Harbor and checked the Statue of Liberty for myself, and it definitely does not say, send me only people with PhDs in computer science. The US took in an enormous number of relatively uneducated European immigrants and went from a population of about less than 5 million at the time of independence to over 100 million in 1900, in part because 33 million people moved to the United States and they had children. But the key thing is these were not skilled workers. These were people who wanted to work hard, the people who were looking for a better life, and people who went to work in American factories that the economic historians have long called the American system of manufacturing, where you bring unskilled people in, you train them, you retain them, their productivity goes up, and eventually, after a fair amount of discussion, for sure, and some strikes, you pay them a much better wage. And this technology, this way of enhancing the productivity and sharing the benefits of that productivity with the workers, this spread around the world. This was a major export from the United States by the end of the 19th century. The people who got traction first in Britain and in the United States were people who had a little bit of skill, some artisanal abilities. Joel Mercure, who just won the Nobel Prize in Economics this year, a great award, calls them the tinkerers. So people who are willing to build things with their hands. And that's important for part of what comes later. They improved steam engines, they built railways, they created high-skill, high-paying jobs for the working class, for people who came into these firms, started working for railway companies without a lot of skill. And this propels economic growth through the 19th century. When Henry Ford arrived in Detroit around 1900, there were about 20,000 people building cars. It was a handcrafted industry, and they were making about 20,000 cars. Henry Ford brought two things to car production, and to be clear, it wasn't just Ford, it was his engineers, his managers, and also his competitors, the entire ecosystem around Detroit. But Ford in particular brought the assembly of motor vehicles onto a moving production line, and then he brought electricity to that production line, and that combination raised the productivity of assembling vehicles dramatically. So what Ford did, and it's very important to be clear about this, was that he replaced people with machines. That's automation. And that is central to any major technological transformation. You have to call it what it is, you have to look it in the eye. But you also have to look at the fact that by 1929, the auto industry employed 300,000 people, and Ford and GM together were making 3 million cars. Now, most of those 3 million people were doing things, tasks, that humans had never done before. And that's the magic of successful technological transformations, is you get automation, you replace humans in some tasks, but you also create a lot of new tasks for humans to take on. And this is very important. In those new tasks, if you're really going to talk about sharing the benefits, you need to, the employers need to value human expertise. If the task can be done by anybody you hired off the street yesterday and you'll hire another person tomorrow or today, you're not going to pay a premium wage. You're not going to care about retaining them. If you require them to build some expertise as a railway engineer, as someone who drives a locomotive, as somebody who helps manage some part of the production process in your factory, then you're going to pay them a premium wage. That's the combination. And to be absolutely clear, trade unions played a very important part of this because there were big productivity gains, the workers were valued, but they weren't being paid. They had not received an increase in wages commensurate with their increase in productivity. Big union organization, arguments, strikes in Britain in the 19th century, in the United States, 19th century and early 20th century. Just to give you a sense of the enormous productive capacity of what was built in this country by the people who came before us. When the US became involved in World War II in December 1941, the country had a total of 6 aircraft carriers that were in operation. By the summer of 1945, the US was building 1 aircraft carrier a month. I mean, this was just a phenomenal transformation of the economy into military production, but it also an indication of the capacity and capabilities of this society. Now, what has happened subsequent, of course, is a bit more complicated. The top picture is US real wages. So there's an adjustment here, attempt to adjust for purchasing power. We'll take that out in a couple of slides. But for now, you can see the US has got relatively high wages when this series starts in 1950. These are the wages for what is classified as low-skilled workers. So the red line is the United States. And you can see, as I pointed out, from the 1970s, there's not much increase in real wages for that category of labor. The black line is Japan. And so this is what economic development should look like. This is what success looks like. Actually, real wages in Japan don't increase that much, despite a lot of rebuilding after World War II, until the 1970s. And then they take off steadily, and they move to be close to where the US is. So in the 1960s, if you were looking for low-cost labor around the world, Japan was on the list. Not today. The bottom 2 lines are China and India, which, as you know, had varying degrees of economic development. And China in particular has, by some accounts, and in some dimensions that I mentioned, certainly made some impressive improvements. But in terms of wages of low-skilled workers, not so much in these data. Now, notice that the data stop after 2007 for China. And if you have access to more recent data from China, don't give it to me, because that'll get you into big trouble with the Chinese government. These data have been suppressed. So you can draw whatever conclusion you want from that. So what is AI going to do? If this is the way that the US economy has operated in the past, if this is how technological transformations have happened, and this is how the world works, what should we be expecting from artificial intelligence? Well, clearly it's going to displace labor through automation. I think that absolutely is unavoidable. It's precisely the goal of many of the people working on this technology. And to be honest, there's not anything necessarily wrong with that by itself. The key thing is, will it also create new tasks for humans? And, of course, related, how fast will it create those new tasks? Work done by David Autor, my co-director of the group we have at MIT, points out that more than 60% of US jobs in 2018 did not exist in 1940. So this economy is actually quite good at generating new tasks. And this is where you see the entrepreneurship, this is where you see the new business creation that's been strong in the United States for decades. But it wasn't strong enough, because the wage picture that I showed you at the beginning, the flat wages for lower skilled workers, and also the people being pushed out of the middle class, that's because we didn't create enough new tasks valuing human expertise. So this is our starting point. Now, there's a lot of research on a very hot and emergent question, and again, if you're looking for topics, I highly recommend this, because I don't think we have at all come close to establishing what the pattern's going to be. But certainly it's possible that AI can be used to upskill workers. So there is There are some evidence that it could help people with less formal education. It could help people with less experience. It could help people who are not so good at coding or not so good at writing. So if AI can raise people up, lower productivity, lower skill people, raise their productivity, and if that becomes higher pay, then that could be a big plus. It's also the case that many studies, and I've got a number of prominent industry studies here, suggest that people do not already have the skills to take advantage of AI, and that could be something that slows down adoption, slows down economic transformation of the economy. So again, focusing on those mismatches and attempting to help people find the skills that they need, that could be a very attractive area for universities, for schools, maybe even for government. We'll come back to that. If you look at what AI is known to be good at today, and who has a job that includes tasks that AI can do now or relatively easily, then it is the case that women and younger workers are more immediately at risk. It doesn't mean that their outcomes necessarily be worse. Again, it depends on the new tasks that will be created and their ability to adapt. But this is what comes out of various studies that have tried to look at that direct impact. I have to also say and emphasize that people who are in the industry and very close to the labs, obviously what's actually being invented in the labs is not publicly available. We know there's a huge amount of capital going in. We know there's a vast amount of talent from around the world being put into these activities. But people who are very close to these activities and who have an ability to share some information feel that nobody actually knows anything about what's being invented and what its capabilities are. It's a massive rush to invent without constraints, without, I think, substantial or significant safeguards. It's just an incredible arms race between the technology companies. So these are all tentative findings in that sense. Now, there are optimistic macroeconomic forecasts. They're available from various investment banks and other people. I think a more sober assessment suggests there is some productivity gain, but it's relatively modest. John Williams, who's the president of the New York Fed, I think has the right assessment, which is there's going to be AI. AI will have an impact, but it's not going to accelerate the productivity trend growth in the United States. It's going to be part of how the US stays on the same trend, 1 to 1.5% productivity growth. And, you know, I think we have to grapple with the fact, and you have to grapple with the fact, that China has made massive steps in terms of scientific investigation and research and development. It's actually challenging the United States in multiple sectors, both existing sectors and potential future sectors. And we can take you through the details if you're interested. But at the same time, it remains, in large part, a low-wage economy. The Chinese wage line has not risen like the Japanese wage line did. And that, I think, has a major impact on the world. These are nominal wages. So I'm not trying to adjust for purchasing power or anything. If you're a global corporation, you're looking for places to produce, these are the numbers in terms of dollars. Who's cheap and who's not cheap in terms of production. And that, I think, casts a long shadow over the world economy that we can talk about. Now, what should you do? Well, John Gruber and I published a book in 2019 talking about economic development in the United States and emphasizing that if we increased our spending on science and spread it around the country, this could have a major transformative impact. Most of the innovation that happens in the United States happens in relatively few places, and increasingly, in fact, the book was written before the current wave of AI, a huge amount of the concentration is on the East Coast, particularly in the San Francisco Bay Area. The US invested federal government put almost no money into research and development before World War II. It was the lessons of that experience that taught it that not only was scientific knowledge and a scientific workforce, not only was it valuable for military purposes and national security, you could also get tremendous commercial value from it. And that's what the US did for 60 years subsequently, at a little bit of a tapering off, to be honest. So our proposal was to spend more and to distribute it around the country, because there's more than 100 cities in 36 states that, in our analysis, could absorb some of this investment and spin out companies from universities and develop themselves into some sort of tech hubs. Not suggesting that we try to create multiple Silicon Valleys. I don't think that's feasible. But in terms of federally funded scientific research that generates commercially viable products and services, distributing that more broadly around the United States, that's what we used to do. That was the history of American manufacturing and the history of American scientific innovation that had practical purposes. It's only recently that we've become so concentrated. And honestly, big part of the problem, including discussions of the affordability crisis in various places, including New York City, is because places that have a lot of innovation and a lot of high productivity activities connected to that innovation don't build housing. So if you don't build housing and people try to move to your city because that's where the jobs are, you have a big increase in rents. It's that combination, overly concentrating the opportunities and not building housing, that is proving so toxic in so many places. And we proposed ways to actually operationalize these ideas, some of which were picked up in the 2022 Chips and Science Act. I don't think it's going to happen now. I think the country, or maybe one person in the country, has turned against this sufficiently. But this has been and can be the American response. Create more new tasks for humans. Do it through invention. Run faster in terms of new task creation than automation. The private sector is going to automate a lot of jobs, like it or not. That's coming. You can't stop it. In fact, we could spend some time, and I was happy to take questions on potential government policy. There's plenty of ideas you can come up with. But the key problem is that the tech industry, or the part of the tech industry pushing for faster AI, has persuaded people in positions of power in Washington, D.C., that any break on AI development would be handing a national security advantage and maybe a commercial advantage to China. And that point is raised in any conversation where potential constraints are proposed. So this is a problem for jobs, it's a problem for social media, it's a problem for democracy, and compounding that by cutting spending, federal R&D spending, is just going to massively exacerbate the problems in our job market. And I have various ideas and thoughts and projects to talk to you about what we do in response to this, and we can talk about that. And I'll also just end on this personal note, because when you win the Nobel Prize, and I do encourage you all to go for that. I mean, why not? Honestly, because once upon a time I was sitting in the audience with you. They invite you to submit one artifact to the Nobel Prize Museum in Stockholm. It's a good museum, by the way. I highly recommend it if you're going to be in Stockholm. And I gave them my grandfather's passport. My grandfather was a metallurgist who helped to run a big steel mill in Sheffield in the north of England, where I was born. And this is a special passport because he went to the United States in May 1942, just after the US had entered World War II. He went to the US to discuss the building of tanks, and particularly tank tracks, on which he was an expert. My grandfather, Cyril Dadswell, did not come to the United States to learn how to build tanks. He'd been building tanks for a number of years with some success. He came to the United States to transfer his knowledge to the Americans so they could build tanks, which turned out to be even better. And this is the moment when the United States took global scientific and technological leadership. Before 1940, the US won almost no Nobel Prizes in physics, biology, and chemistry. After 1945, we've dominated. Why? Because we committed to science, we put the money in, we built the talent, we pulled people to the United States, and we focused on creating things that are useful. That's what we can do again. That's what we should do again. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry last year was won by Dempsey Cyrus and John Jumper for inventing AlphaFold 2, which is an AI technology to help predict the folding of proteins, very useful for example, in inventing drugs. Now, I said we got our Nobel Prize for work we did 25 years ago. They waited 4 years from publishing their paper to Nobel Prize. That's how useful that breakthrough is. That's fantastic. We should do more of that. DeepMind, which is what they created, is now owned by Google. The other big Google innovation coming to you in this town very soon is Waymo. What is Waymo? Waymo is a replacing of your Uber and other drivers with a machine. When Uber displaced taxis, I think those of us who used to ride around in taxis in Washington, D.C., breathed a sigh of relief because the service was not that good. Number of people employed, it wasn't good news for taxi drivers, it wasn't good news for people who own taxi companies. Number of people working as urban chauffeurs stayed roughly, actually increased a little bit. Wages stayed roughly the same. Now you're getting Waymo, you're going to be replacing those people. There's 7 million people work as drivers in the United States. 4 million, roughly speaking, drive primarily in urban areas. The pressure is coming that those jobs are going to be eliminated. This technology is available to everybody around the world all at once, right? That's the key thing about digital technology. I think ChatGPT was used by, I've never met any corner of the world, not heard of anybody who wasn't using it within 24, 48 hours of its release. So same technology, same forms of automation. What are you doing to create new tasks? In the US, we know what we need to do. Create more science, create more useful things, push that frontier. What's the rest of the world going to do? What's the rest of the world going to do with this massive competitive pressure centered on and coming from China on the low cost side? I think that is a very big question. The book is Power and Progress. It's available in 20 languages. And if you don't want to read a 500-page book, you can also download for free the 20-page comic version, which was put together by some brilliant young people at Boston University, working under Professor Joel Gill there. Fantastic. It's an easy read. And maybe it'll have you read the long book, even if it just engages you with the topics, it's worth it. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Yeah, you have it time to the minute.
Sometimes.
Thank you very much, Simon. And as you think of your questions, let me just start with a couple of issues. I thought you were going to end that you can ask ChatGPT to give you a summary of the book, no? So I think that
too easy.
Yeah, but
it does a good job, by the way. If you
yeah.
do it, yeah.
So a couple of things. One is that you say that the industry blocks any discussion, intent on regulation, but what you highlighted are potential policies for society to take advantage of this technology in a way that it's beneficial to a large part of society were all positive things. I think you mentioned invest more in R&D, affordability issues, so we can create more poles in which new activities can rise, etc. What are the issues that you and your co-authors have thought in terms of, let's say, more heavy-handed regulation that are being opposed by the industry? And second is, what are your arguments to demythify the competition vis-a-vis China as well? That it's, I think once you put China in the sentence in Washington, D.C., you might generate some bipartisan agreement. So it's a very powerful argument by the industry, no?
Yeah, absolutely. So I attended a House Representatives Task Force dealing with AI a couple of years ago. And it was a private or closed-door meeting, so there were no cameras. And it was a very different conversation from what you usually experience on the Hill, meaning that there was a lot of bipartisan agreement. And the people, by the way, were very well informed about AI, right? So the consensus, I would say, at least my takeaway from that meeting, was that the representatives said, look, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to go wrong. You don't know what the Chinese are doing. So sure, there may be harms. This was 2 years ago. I think we can identify some of the harms more clearly now. There may be harms, but you asked me to put a brake on the process when there's competition that could take some advantage. And the commercial advantage is bad enough and taking jobs we could otherwise have. But what if it's a national security issue? Well, you just can't get past that. That's why I emphasize more of the positive agenda now. But I do think that over time, there will be discussion about privacy, because clearly there's big infringements of privacy. The effect on children, including mental health related to children. We can see a lot of this emerging now. I think ChatGPT said, OpenAI said last week, they said less than 1% of people using ChatGPT suffer or use it in a way that encourages their hallucinations. I mean, that is about 500 million people around the world, that number, okay? So you start to think that that's disconcerting. And I think surveillance, actually. So one thing the left and the right can agree on, including in Washington, is they don't like surveillance. They think different people are surveilling them, but they don't like surveillance. So I think we will get there, Alejandro, but we will have to have some scandals and some awful experiences, and then there'll be legislation, hopefully, that addresses it. But preemptively trying to push the technology in one way or the other, or restrain it from taking on certain things, that's not very likely.
And then a follow-up question on the labor issue, because I mean, all your charts point towards, I mean, we might find ourselves in a situation in which we do have another significant period of stagnation, of decline, of low wages in the US, and we haven't done anything for 60 years to tackle that. Again, to have some kind of response, we will have to go through a crisis, through a political crisis that drives those issues to the forefront? Or do you see some ideas that are being discussed that eventually could come to...
The Chips and Science Act of 2022 was bipartisan. I think 65 senators supported it. Big investment in semiconductors, but also a commitment to more spending on science and spreading around the country. That was extremely encouraging. And I think that is, my view, the best idea out there, along with other ideas about building more housing where you need it and so on. But that we have backed away from, Alejandro. I think the problem, as you know very well from your experience in many other parts of the world, is that sometimes you have this long stagnation or massive disappointment of expectations, or a lot of young people who can't get jobs. And that feeds into the political process in a way that isn't necessarily pushing things towards what you and I would consider to be even reasonably sensible economic policies, right? So populism obviously can mean different things to different people, but sometimes I think it's most descriptive as a set of ideas that actually make things worse. People get more angry and then they vote more populist, right? So the feedback loop is not necessarily to be relied on in the general macro terms. I do think that if you see a specific instance of awful treatment of children, you tend to get more protection of children. So that maybe works. But in the macro, stagnation, disappointment, a lost generation, or whatever terminology is used, that might help us get to a different path, but I'm not absolutely confident on that.
So in a way, I mean, the absence of early action might eventually drive us to a bad policy response confronted with a big problem.
Look, I think, and honestly, the US has a lot of resilience, and as an immigrant, I'm very pro-US and very believe very strongly in the US. If I'm wrong, of course, I wasted 40 years of my life, so understand, I have confirmation bias there. But I think if you think about, we're good at creating new companies. We're quite flexible, and people have repeatedly proven ability to deal with various difficult problems. So I think this is going to be hard for us, but I think it's going to be much harder for other places. Places that don't create a lot of jobs. So the European economy, not as dynamic, right? Places that don't have as strong institutions, with the caveats I put on our institutions, if you don't have good rule of law, if you're not pro-private sector, if it's hard to make investments in a place, if you tend to have even more political instability than we have, those are all going to catch up with you. And then we have this pressing, the billions of people who want to work, they want to export, they're willing to work for 1/20th or 1/50th of what people around us want to work for. This combination is going to be difficult.
Well, I think we should open the floors for questions. Alberto.
Hi, you are in academia, so what's your view in terms of, from an institutional point of view, how universities will change in, say, 5-10 years? And from a student experience point of view, what will be the experience like with AI?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. I think one of the brilliant promises of AI is it could transform education, that we could break down a lot of the hierarchies and a lot of the rigidities, which you think might be challenging to universities and maybe some will struggle. But I think a place like MIT or Georgetown could absolutely thrive if more people can be connected with the knowledge and there's less of the barriers and less of the difficulties of accessing it. One problem we obviously, well, I think we obviously have in the US is that universities, in this moment included, universities are seen as elitist and out of touch and benefiting only relatively few people. I don't think that's the history, as I talked about that, and I don't think that's actually what they can and should do. But then it's on the universities to do something different and to make their knowledge more accessible to people in ways that are useful to people. And the big promise of AI, without question, is reaching billions of people around the world who can't go to school because the school doesn't function, the teacher doesn't show up, the school building doesn't exist anymore, and allowing them to educate themselves and to find their way to a better path. Sometimes I tell my audiences that the question before us is, which Neil Stephenson novel will we live in? Okay, not that many science fiction readers here. Neil Stephenson has written a number of dystopian science fiction novels in which this kind of technology goes wrong, and he's way ahead of his time. Really fascinating reading. But he also wrote a book called The Diamond Age, in which AI is used by young people, young disenfranchised women, actually, in China, in that novel, to educate themselves and to raise themselves up in their position in the world through self-education powered by the technology. So I think that is a very big opportunity, and I think universities should embrace that and push it really hard, honestly, including my own.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question specifically, a two-folded question. One was related to how do you see the narrative in the construction of AI systems specifically. I'm currently enrolled in a course which is titled AI and Human Rights in Latin America, and we have seen a discrepancy when it comes to the design of AI systems and how that can be construed from a Western perspective and often leave out intrinsic issues that pertain regions in the global South like Latin America. I kind of was curious to see what are your insights specifically on the AI design system, if you have found that in your research. And then similarly, what do you think should be done by governments that are sort of trying to get ahead like countries in Latin America regarding this issue?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you
this
so
is
much.
a great question. Look, I think we know what's in the design. It's what's in the minds and what the priorities are for the inventors. And the inventors are driven by the market. And the market is rich people in the United States. In fact, maybe it's rich people in San Francisco, if you think about the way that Waymo taxis, for example, have been rolled out. So I think it seems self-evident that the imprinting of the vision of the creators on any technology is super important. And on this one, it's absolutely going to be building systems that reinforce their views and that deliver services that they think are important to people. Then the flip side of that, and I'm glad you asked the questions together, is if you're a government or a private sector or universities working with people in other countries, such as Latin America, what you should do is, I don't think you should try and compete on the base models. That's a massive capital investment. The talent has been pulled in the United States. You can't afford to build that. But what you can build is applications, and what you can build is filters, and you can address exactly why this doesn't work for my country because it's leaving out this. And when you build that, you shouldn't build it shouldn't say, well, look, we're just putting in a safeguard. I mean, it is a safeguard, but you should also say, we're building something here that we can sell to other people. Because other people are also going to be concerned about the fact this American West Coast technology is coming all at once. So let's help people use it in ways that are consistent with our beliefs and what we think is important, and be very transparent about that. So I'd like to say a nice thing about Google. I only have one nice thing to say about them, but I'd like to say it, which is that they announced a deal actually AlphaFold 2 is great technology, that's them, but so I have two things. But they announced a deal with the World Bank at the meetings just now to help a lot of poor farmers around the world use AI. Now, we'll see how they get on, but I think there's a great role for the World Bank, actually, to try and bring capital, coordinate knowledge, presumably have a lot of stakeholders there. The idea would not be to oppress a billion farmers. It would be to help liberate them and help make them more prosperous, right? So I think that's not easy, but a very valiant goal. And that would be on the positive path and a big win for the idea that we can harness AI in a positive way. Or you decide how you want. Don't listen to me. You decide for yourselves how you want to use AI. That would be my proposition.
Other question? Yeah.
Hi, works? Yeah. So I'm going to take up the sci-fi challenge that you just threw out there.
This is Eduardo Porter. He has a great Substack. You should all subscribe to it. There, that should lighten the question, make the question more positive.
No. Just to this point of how the vision of the creator is going to ultimately decide the decision or play a big role in where the technology goes. And I'm thinking about the people that are making the base models. Yeah. And I'm thinking back to your first quote from Sam Altman. Now, it seems to me that a lot of these creators actually are seriously thinking about the stars. It's not like they read, the Diamond Age. And you have a lot of them supporting ideas like, yes, what we need to do is populate the galaxies with human intelligence. And then they go further because, meat and bones are not a very efficient way to do this. Well, we've got to think of a post-biological human. They call themselves, substrate agnostic. So we'll go in the form of, toasters or fridges into the orbit and populate the Milky Way. And I wonder, how seriously did they take this? Because it's not just Altman. It's like Page and Brin and I think all of them have some version of this dream in their head. How much does that matter? And how much, should we be worried that, the guys that are basically in control of the basic block of this technology are thinking in these terms?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first of all, I think everyone should read more science fiction. And if I can send you my 12-page recommended science fiction list. I rank all my science fiction on my bookshelf, and I re-rank them every year, depending on who I think is moving up or down on the prediction side. It's much more interesting than economics, and much more informative about the future, too, to be honest. So I think this grandiose vision really does matter because it disconnects people inventing the technology from what the world needs currently, which is much more mundane and much more, much harder to find solutions to. And I think, the best way to deal with that is, as the previous question asked, which is like, what's in it for us and why hasn't this benefited us and to what extent is it pulling our society in the wrong direction? So I think the counter narratives, Eduardo, are really very important, including telling stories, including telling fiction stories, including imagine. Now I'm talking about my own science fiction novel, which is almost finished, so I won't give away too much, but imagining alternatives of how it goes wrong, right? And then thinking about that and putting that up against it and saying, okay, how do we get a better solution? And I do think that the outcome is not determined entirely by the machines or by the people who invented the machines. It's always the human-machine interaction, right? So which way do we pull the machines? But if you sit back and you're passive and you just take it as given, then it's forces beyond your control, and that's going to be pretty frustrating.
Thank you. So I'm 32. What do young professionals or recent graduates, what can we focus on learning? What type of skills or subject areas while these new tasks and new jobs are created when we may not be necessarily in the position of creating those jobs per se, given our generation? We are like the buffer generation. What would you recommend?
Yeah, so I have a lot of students who are your age, around your age, and I think that the world is full of difficult problems that have not been solved. And I think taking on those problems and making them a priority and becoming expert in those issues is super important and really fulfilling. And I think when you do that, it's good to think about what are the capabilities of AI today, where does it seem to be going, and position yourself to take advantage of those. So use AI, and we teach courses on this at MIT, and we have open material you can look at on this. Lots of other people do too. But figuring out how to use AI to power yourself and empower the people around you and not get trampled by it, right? So you don't want to be doing exactly what AI is going to be good at next, but you want to be doing something that AI you think will not soon be able to do. And then we can discuss the details of that. Is it the human-to-human connection? Is it really understanding human experiences that are very far from life in Silicon Valley? Is it understanding parts of the world that have never been digitized, that are not written down, right? Because these models are primarily based on digital records and extrapolation from existing digital records. So you decide what matters to you and find something that's you really care about and that has some value to others, and I think the rest should follow. Clearly, pursuing relatively generic careers, at least initially, in the white-collar space, that's becoming more difficult. I think there's a cyclical element to that, I'm sure. There's a post-COVID element, there's a cyclical element, there's maybe some other elements. But AI is coming for those jobs, absolutely. So try to find something new, something humans haven't done before. And we're not short of problems, right? We're not short of really difficult problems to address.
I think we have time for a final question. Yeah.
Hi. Every technological change also goes along with cultural change, no? I, as a faculty here, attend every other AI bootcamp, and it's some of professors that attend this kind of bootcamps. But actually, and I just teach qualitative methods, and I bring students ideas of LLMs and also how to implement AI in their own research. But at some point, there is some faculty that they are, what adjective should I, that not so open to embrace AI openness within, and we have open AI policies. So I would like to hear some of your recommendations here, like for your experience. There is a phone over there.
That's the White House. Tell them
So but maybe in as you mentioned in MIT, but here at Georgetown we have that open AI policy. So it's open for those professors who actually wanted to encourage and embrace that policy. But there are some other students that don't have like faculty that are so open about that. So I just like to hear your advice on that.
Okay, I can't imagine how this would go wrong, me advising Georgetown faculty. Look, I think the at the House of Representatives task force meeting that I attended, the chair or the co-chair of the committee said at some point, you know, that when he was in high school or middle school perhaps, the teacher said, "Of course you can't use that pocket calculator on the exam. You'll never be using one in real life. So why should you use one now?" Right? That's a bit of the problem, right? These are tools that everybody is always going to be using from now on, and we want people to use those tools and be competent with them, and look for ways to enhance our own capabilities. At the same time, it surely cannot be a good idea to rely on them to do all your writing from age 4, for example. So I am very, I say to my students, I used to come into my classrooms and say, close the laptops, put away the phones, because it's my house, my rules. Then I said, I just met Satya Nadella, who was CEO of Microsoft, and he's coming for your job with the AI thing, so put away the phones and the laptops. You need to lean in and focus on being human and what it means to be human and how you create value for other humans, including employers. Now I walk into all my classrooms and say, hey, I just won the Nobel Prize in Economics, put away the phones. But, you know, that obviously doesn't work for everyone. So look, I think that we're looking for a combination of retaining our humanity, retaining our creativity, not overly depending on the technology, because the work that suggests that your brain becomes addled. Well, I used to be able to read a map extremely well. Now I can still read a map, but I rely on my GPS way too much, right? So that is a human tendency. We tend to be a little bit lazy. We tend to rely on the easy option. And I think as professors, we need to grapple with the fact that we want students to be empowered and enabled as humans, but also to be able to use the technology when appropriate and how to combine it and figure out how to combine it. And that's what the labor job market is going to want too, and that's what's going to be rewarded in terms of new business creation. So it's a bit of a balance. And maybe as a portfolio of faculty, you have it exactly right.
Well, Simon, thank you very much. This has been a wonderful tour de force on changes in technology and the potential impacts of AI on society. And we will continue with a panel on the world economy, broadening the discussion to the financial system, trade, demographics, and how all that affects Latin America. So stay with us. I will put some more chairs in the podium and we will continue.
Yes, bear with us. We have the pleasure that the two panelists are going to stay on stage. So I want to welcome the panelists of the next session, the New Economic Order, and I want to remind the audience, please turn your phones off or mute them. Thank you. I want to invite everyone to take their seats. We're about to start again. No. Is he drinking? I want to invite everyone to please take their seats. Our panelists are ready to go on stage, and we're about to begin. We will have a coffee break after this panel, so please take your seats.
This is great. I mean, well, welcome back from the coffee break.
Please take your seats. We're about to begin.
So this session also has a very ambitious title. It was called the New Economic Order. So we're going to discuss, how the world economy is reacting to significant changes in trends. We have a very important demographic transition. We discussed this morning issues on climate change. We have the beginning of an important change in the world trading order. We just had a very in-depth discussion of the technological opportunities and challenges that AI is creating to the world. And then on top of that, on the financial system, we have a very interesting discussion on the future of the dollar, the role of the dollar as the center of the international financial system, and where is that going. So we have a great panel to discuss many of these issues. We have to my, let me change the order depending on how we sat. So Eswar Prasad is a Tolani Senior Professor of Trade Policy at Cornell University. Previously, he worked at the IMF. Eswar has a PhD from the University of Chicago. And he has a book coming out that is called The Doom Loop, Why the World Economic Order is Spiraling into Disorder. So hopefully he will provide us a summary of the book that is coming up early next year. Alexia Latourte is a distinguished non-resident fellow at the Center of Global Development. She was the Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development at the United States Treasury Department under the Biden-Harris administration. In this role, she was a top policy advisor on climate, environment, and infrastructure, development, finance, and policy. Alexia conceptualized and led the implementation of an initiative to evolve the multilateral development banks to be fit for purpose to help countries address the 21st century global challenges. She has more than 10 years of experience at the World Bank. She also was part of the Obama-Biden administration as Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Development Policy. She holds a BS from Georgetown and an MA from Tufts University. And then to her left, it's Laura Alfaro. Laura is the chief economist of the Inter-American Development Bank. She's on leave from Harvard Business School, where she is the Warren Alpert Professor of Business Administration. She served as Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy in Costa Rica from 2010 to 2012. She's a co-editor of the Journal of International Economics and the World Bank Research Observer. She has published very widely. She has a PhD from UCLA and a BA from the University of from the Universidad de Costa Rica and a licenciatura from the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, and obviously Simon Johnson, who will help us put all of this into context after we hear all the presentations. So we will start with Eswar, with a discussion on this new world economic order. Then Alexia will discuss the challenges that the multilateral system is facing today. And Laura will help us try to wrap everything that we have heard today in a Latin American context. How is Latin America reacting to what we are seeing in the world economy today? So Eswar, please.
There is a problem with my book. Until I heard Simon talk, I didn't realize there was this problem. The book is coming, there are translations coming, but there is no comic book version. I'll have to fix that. That's not the only problem with the book, however. If there was going to be a comic, it would be a very dark comic. It was not meant that way. When I started on this journey of writing the book about 3 years ago, it was a very simple project, trying to understand what was happening in the world economic order, and I had a fairly straightforward thesis that in the 1990s, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the US was the dominant power in every respect as a military, economic, and financial power. And now the distribution of economic power is getting a little more evenly distributed. So as an economist, you normally think that competition is good for discipline, for efficiency, and for stability. So the book was going to be a story about all the forces that would drive us back towards a more stable world order, perhaps with some instability along the way. Unfortunately, I concluded that most of the forces that I had in mind might in fact lead us to instability rather than stability. Laura Alfaro has done excellent work on making the point that globalization has not stopped. And one of the key issues of globalization was that it was supposed to lead to a world of shared prosperity. But what has happened along the way is that globalization has morphed into something that is actually no longer serving as a counterbalancing force to what is intrinsically the zero-sum game of geopolitics. The idea was that economics, free trade, financial flows could be a positive-sum game that would offset the zero-sum game, but globalization itself has turned into a zero-sum, or according to some, a negative-sum game. So we are seeing, and Laura's work shows this very clearly, globalization continue, but it is fragmenting along geopolitical lines. So rather than creating bridges across this geopolitical divide, it is in fact reinforcing those divides. If you think about currencies, here again one might argue that the dominance of the US dollar has created some problems for the world, but we are potentially moving to a world where financial power might be somewhat more evenly distributed. For all that is happening in Washington, that is not quite the case, but unfortunately in this particular instance, rather than generating more stability, it means that the US can continue to wreak havoc on the world with very little consequence. This is not because, and Simon's work of course bears testimony to this, institutions are very important, and at the bulwark of the dollar's dominance. So you might think that the fraying of the US institutional order should lead to the dollar no longer playing the dominant role. But in international finance, fortunately for the US and unfortunately for the rest of the world, everything is relative. And relatively speaking, if you think this place is a mess, the rest of the world is in an even greater mess. But unfortunately, this is not leading to any stability. In fact, it's meant that the US can generate even more instability in the rest of the world, and the rest of the world does not have the tools to be able to cope with this. And then in the rest of the book, I go through other forces that could potentially play a stabilizing role. Let me just give you a preview. If you think about the middle powers like India, they have a very strong incentive in there being a more balanced world order, where in fact there is much more harmony between the great powers and where the middle powers can contribute to that harmony. But if you look at what a country like India is doing, for instance, and this is a slightly oversimplified view, if you think about the ability to access cheap Russian oil, you see India to a large extent standing with Russia and China. But on the other hand, India very much wants to be more closely allied with the democratic countries of the West. So in a sense, countries like India, and it's not just India, it's the other middle powers in Asia, which are in a particularly fraught position, but middle powers around the world, and some parts of Europe these days look like middle powers and the great powers that they once used to be. So rather than generating balance, they are teetering from one side to another, creating even more imbalance. One could think about technology, which we heard a great deal about from Simon, which could potentially play as a role as a leveling force. If you think about digital currencies, about AI, one could argue that these give, less economically well-off people in rich countries, but also poorer and smaller countries, the ability through a set of tools, many of which are open access, to be able to compete more fairly. But instead, what we see is a lot more concentration of economic power. And again, Simon and Darren Acemoglu's book speaks to this, where you might have a concentration of economic power within countries, and one might see some of these tools, in fact, creating even more instability around the world, because in the hands of malevolent actors, now you have very powerful tools that can be used to create even more division. So what is this doom loop that I speak about? So when I think about all of these forces, the framing device of the book is that if you think about economics, politics, and geopolitics, they are stuck in this negative feedback loop. In the 1990s, again, there were many prominent historians and others who argued that the model of market-oriented liberal democracy had won. And it seemed like now we had an exemplar that the entire world could use as a model for what it should aim towards. But unfortunately, that has not proven to be the case. This combination of democracy, free markets, and globalization has proved to be a very toxic mix, because we've seen how the institutions of democracy are subject to elite capture by political and economic elites. And that has led to the ability of politicians who, in a sense, have the mood of the public at heart to be able to foster what I think of as the politics of resentment rather than the politics of hope. So this is where we are right now. One might still argue, because remember, I started out with a very cheerful thesis, and my heart still led me in that direction, although my mind was pulling me completely in the other direction. So I still wanted to give my thesis some room to play. So I thought maybe it's still the case that we are still on a path to a better place. Surely we must all recognize that there are common interests at play here. In the last part of the book, though, and this is what led to my darkness, I realized that there is a fundamental difference. If you think about where we were in the 1990s, yes, the US was a dominant power, but then it looked like Japan might start playing a role as a rival to the US, and then it faded away. In the 2000s, it looked like Europe might become a significant rival to the US, and then it's sort of fading away. A critical difference, though, between those two episodes and where we are right now is that if you think about Japan, Europe, the US, the notion of how you should organize a society, an economic system, a political system, that is very largely the same. Those shared values meant that while there might have been economic rivalry, there was harmony at a deeper level. Now we are facing an entirely different situation where there is a large power, there is a completely different vision of how economic, political, legal, social systems need to be organized. So in my mind, there isn't a very clear way to match where we are in these two extremes. So I think we are stuck in a doom loop. Surely, I cannot leave my readers with this notion without telling them if there is a way out. The last chapter of the book will give you potentially a way out. All I can tell you is that it's going to be very difficult for us to get there. The path is clear, the solution is clear, but it will take a lot of hard work.
Thanks, Eswar. Well, we will try to get some of the last chapter in the next few rounds because we cannot leave the audience with such a doom presentation. But let's follow with Alexia on the multilateral system, the world trading system, and the challenges that we're facing today.
You left us with quite a cliffhanger there, but I hope we can indeed hear more about your last chapter. And I have to say that although you speak a lot about doom and darkness, the cover of your book is quite cheerful. So I think there is still optimism where you are. No, listen, I mean, I think it's clear, at least to me, that the post-World War II economic system served us, asterisks around the us, fairly well. I mean, I think we have to note that in the 1950s, the average life expectancies was in, you would be lived to 40, and now it's about 71 globally. We've also seen poverty go from 40% of the world population in 1950 to 10% today. Still too much, but we've seen real progress. We've avoided World War III. Okay, lots of violence in the world today, but we have avoided World War III. This said, I would agree that the system we have today has an expiration date, and it's deeply strained. And I want to share with you three sort of reasons why I think it's so strained. And they are relevance and effectiveness. Number 2, governance and legitimacy, and number 3, trust. So starting with, is the system still relevant? Is it effective? I would say that it's not delivering well anymore, and it's certainly not delivering for all people equally. And that's true in terms of where financial flows go, where capital flows go. It's true in terms of the violence and fragility that we see. It's true in terms of stagnating important development indicators around the world. And so we see this frustration from governments and people in countries of all income levels, actually. And that's why we see the moves towards nationalism, populism, and inward-facing dialogues. So why is that? I think part of it is that we are faced with a lot of novel challenges, problems without passports, climate change, pandemics, fragility and conflict, that the system has actually not been able to connect the dots between the global level, the regional level, the national level, and the sub-regional level in terms of finding effective solutions that work across this level. We're, of course, today in the first day of the COP conference in Belém in Brazil, and we see that although there is some progress, the reality is that the poorest countries in this world are still facing the greatest number of deaths linked to climate-related events. We see that agriculture in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa is really stressed in terms of water scarcity, reduced yields, and then we see that only about 10% of climate finance is going to adaptation because the focus has really been on mitigation, and that has real consequences. Also not so effective because trade, and I know you'll speak more about trade in a second, Laura, but I think we are in a world of erratic trade policy, of supply chain disruptions. Now, Ngozi, the head of the World Trade Organization, likes to say the system is bent It's not broken, it's bent. And she stresses that 72% of all trade in the world is still trading under WTO terms. So that's a positive message from her. But I think we are moving from a system of free trade to strategic trade, which perhaps if managed well is okay, but I think does raise some real challenges and moves us in a world of bilateral negotiations, preferential trade deals, unilateral tariffs that I think we need to think about. Thirdly, I want to talk about debt, right? So after very successful HIPC, we're seeing serious challenges with over-indebtedness, where we see about 52% of low-income countries are either in high debt distress or at the risk of high debt distress. We're seeing these countries pay about 7.2% of their GDP in debt servicing costs, often more than they spend on education or on health. And we're seeing that the system is not able to help with this fast enough, right? So the common framework is slow. It takes countries years to restructure their debt. And perhaps more importantly, the response to help countries that are near the cliff, so they have liquidity problems, but they're not yet in debt distress, the system is not stepping up to help them to avoid them going over the cliff. Financing, both public and private, is not flowing in the way that it should. So we're seeing negative foreign direct investment flows for most emerging markets, and certainly that's the case in Africa. We're seeing the cost of capital and the high interest rate environment a real challenge for many countries. We're seeing net negative flows out of countries in many cases, and then we're not able to really work on capturing negative flows like illicit financial flows that, if we were able to stop, would represent a lot of resources for countries. And then we're still seeing very high subsidies, fossil subsidies, agricultural subsidies that are frankly eating up resources that could be directed to much better uses. And then we're seeing complexity and fragmentation, which results in a lack of operational delivery, right? So we're seeing, for example, in the climate space, over 200 climate funds. And so countries don't even know where to go for resources. We're seeing a lot of intermediaries in the system, and so financing from commitments to countries to what lands in countries sort of disappears in midair to all these different intermediaries. So real issues of effectiveness and relevance. Secondly, real issues of legitimacy and governance. You talked about the fact that economic power is more evenly distributed today than it was in the past, but political power has not kept up with that. And so that creates a real challenge. We tell countries they're welcome to join clubs that have existed for many decades, like the Paris Club, but only if you follow the rules that are already established. And so we see alternatives being created, like impetus now for a borrow club. We see African countries unhappy about credit rating agencies and what they perceive to be an unfair cost of finance. And so they want to create their own credit rating agency today. The OECD DAC seems to be a bit of a dinosaur. There's a review happening now, but we don't have high expectations of what will come out of that review. And of course, since 2016, we've seen an alternative system being created. The Asian Infrastructure Bank started out with about 57 members, mostly of the Asia-Pacific region. Now it has over 100 members, including plenty of countries from Latin America. China, you talked about Japan, Europe, did it rise, not rise? China, obviously rising, but does it really want to take its responsibilities as a major power, when it's still absolutely insisting that it's be called a developing country in the context, for example, of the climate negotiations that are happening right now? Question mark, I think a fair question mark. We've had 4 successive emerging market G20 presidencies, including the South African one right now. The lack of focus from these emerging market G20 presidencies on lower income countries has been striking to me. So I think that poses a lot of questions as well. And then I'm going to end on trust. Maybe not a very economic concept, but a really powerful concept. And there's a real erosion of trust. COVID contributed to that, the initial unequal distribution of vaccines, the fact that some countries that had the fiscal space, like the United States, were able to lead the recovery, but other countries were left behind. A sense of hypocrisy around the rules of the game, that there was political will to find money for Ukraine. Everybody understands the importance of Ukraine, but it just means there's no political will to find money for others. Yet when you have a champion, like the US in the case of Argentina, $20 billion can also be found. And so real deep questions of trust that need to be dealt with. So let me end on that point.
Thanks. And I mean, yeah, a very complex environment to resolve the global public goods challenge that we're facing today, and that the multilateral system has not been, as you say, delivering for the last 3 decades. No, and mounting on that, obviously an issue in which countries are moving away from globalization, from their support of multilateral institutions, and thinking, and following on the way you close, on moving towards much more bilateral solutions where maybe geopolitical objectives get mixed with economic and policy objectives. But I will turn to Laura to tell us a bit on how the trade situation is evolving and some thoughts on Latin America.
So I'm actually going to talk more facts. But it's interesting what you mentioned at the end. My husband calls it with a little bit of help from your friends. And I think that's what's going on with the world. It has become this world that what are your friends and what are your enemies? But your friends change very often. But in the case of many regions, one of those friends was the US, and I'm of the view that the US and my European friends don't like this. The US is the anchor of this era of globalization. And so in many ways, I think the angst that is coming is around what will be the role of the US. With this co-author, David Chor from Dartmouth, we wrote a paper for the Jackson Hole Central Bank Conference on the reallocation of global trade. And we revisited some of these facts for the IMF conference last Friday. And so what we did here was we went back a little bit on the facts. And as you know, there was an enactment of tariffs around 20% against China during the Trump 1 administration. The Biden administration didn't get rid of those tariffs. If anything, there were more subsidies in different ways. And so we went back and documented some of the changes, but then we also updated with information. I have to say that it was up to July. We did ask RRA to try to do up till August, and then RRA came back very happy, and he's like, and we're like, why are you so happy? And he's like, I cannot work. Government shutdown, there's no more data. And I'm like, don't be so happy. One day we need to update this. So we will present until July. And so these are the stylized facts that we compile. First, we are not seeing deglobalization yet. I know everyone likes to use that term, but de facto, the US has actually been trading more now than before. It is true that it is trading less with China, but it has more than compensated with the rest of the world, and you see that in the graph to the left. And on the right, we show some of the main countries that have benefited. The US tends to have very stable regional patterns the last 40 years. So it's around 40% Asia, 30% NAFTA, USMCA, 20% Europe. And what has happened is when Asia loses, Asia wins. So when China lost, when Japan lost, China won. And now that China is losing, who's winning? What we call upper income Asia, that would be Taiwan, Korea. Lower income Asia, that would be Vietnam, but also middle income Asia, that would be India, Thailand, and Malaysia. But it has also seen a lot of nearshoring, and that would be Mexico. Mexico has also been one of the winners of this reallocation of global trade. What is interesting is that there has been a little bit of diversification. And so here we plot the distribution in 2017 by 2024 and by July 2025. And you do see a little bit of movement of the curves. Mexico became #1 partner a couple of years ago. Before it was oscillating, but now it's clearly the #1 partner. Even Canada now is more of an important partner than China. But the importance that Mexico has in US trade has not matched China's role. But if you look at that graph, you do see some changes in the ranking in the top 10. But when you go to the top 20, which is basically 80–90% of US global trade, is the same countries. There has not been new players in this arena. So it's reshuffling between the top 20, which may have some, if you want, negative implications for countries that wanted to get into this game. It's basically the ones that had an industrial cluster, the ones that are benefiting. This is an update of the reallocation. China has lost close to 13 percentage points. It peaked at 22 in 2017, and now it has lost. And there you see some of the winners, as I mentioned, Mexico, Vietnam. Taiwan lately has won a lot. It's semiconductors. It's part of the AI revolution, some of these gains. A lot of Switzerland and Ireland was related to COVID. And also, my husband is Brazilian, and so they call it Ozempic. It's made in Ireland, and they're getting some competition from some other sources. Yes, all the Brazilians know that. So just to give you some facts, there has been a lot of loss in electronics, laptops, mobile phones, furnishings, so on and so forth. There is a very interesting fact that we discovered that I don't know how well it's known. It turns out there was a suspension on tariffs on phones and computers and iPhones because Trump didn't want a sticker price around Christmas. That never came back. So we don't pay tariffs on iPhones and electronics. Even there was a front loading of iPhones, but it has nothing to do with tariffs. It has more to do with the fear of tariffs. But the effective tariff is 0 because it was suspended and didn't come back. You do see Vietnam. There is always the question of rerouting. That is very hard to know. I have a colleague at HBS who has looked into Vietnam. The products that are going from China to Vietnam are very labor-intensive products. And China development is paying higher wages to your people. So if you're going to put labor-intensive like painting, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to do it in China. You might as well do it in Vietnam. So there is some value added, but it's very low value added. But again, that is always the big question. And Mexico is seeing a lot of products, electronics, furnishing, auto, vehicles. And the one, as I mentioned, is semiconductors, AI. We then look at margins, and I don't want to bother you with the equation, but we're trying to see what is happening at the extensive margin, number of products, and what is happening in the intensive margin value. And most of the changes are happening at the intensive margin. So again, it's reinforcing that if you had the industrial cluster, that is where businesses are going for new suppliers. Except Mexico a little bit in the first phase, but now it's all in the extensive margin, and Vietnam and India that are creating a little bit of the emerging cluster. But everything overwhelmingly is a intensive margin. We then played a little bit on what were the products that reacted on impact. So those are the products that saw a reduction from China in the first Trump phase. That would be like the purple. The ones that are what we call wait and see, the ones that waited if you want until there was more certainty on the policy. And so now that they found out that Biden was also not getting rid of the tariffs, that's when they acted. And so that would be the blue. And the persistent, the ones that change always. And what we found that we thought is interesting is that the products that took a little while to change were the products that were more contract intensive or relationship specific or sticky. The products that reacted faster were the labor intensive ones. And so we're seeing those that, which makes sense, as soon as there's more clarity, you move the products. But what is interesting is that in this new round, all products moved. Relationship specific, contract specific, capital intensive, which gives you a sense that firms for 8 years had time to plan for changes, and they all had plans, and they enacted the plans very quickly. So they pretty much have gone through the fixed cost of having to deal with this, and so they very quickly reacted this time. And we do a little bit of local projections. I don't want to bother you with the equations, but this is just to give you a sense of, in China, you do see a very quick reaction in loss of product shares, both at the extensive and intensive margin, and you do see an increase in prices. This has been documented. The first round, there was a lot of pass-through. 70% on average was paid by US consumers. This is Mexico. In Mexico, you see that there was a little bit more on the intensive margin, and we don't see a lot of action in terms of prices, but you do see also a very quick reaction in terms of the change in products. And so we went and looked at post-Liberation Day, and as you know, the policy has been all over. No one really knows the number. There's a lot of exemptions, and it changes by the hour. Still, it is interesting that you do see that there was more action in countries that had more announced tariffs. And countries like Mexico and Canada, that de facto was a lower, you do see these countries receiving a lot of the changes. We also did a little bit of local projections, and here notice that what we're doing is months. The previous graphs were years. So you do see the first thing is this is happening faster this round. And it's happening a lot on the different margins, but we don't see price effects. I know that a lot of people are documenting price effects. These price effects are around 2-3%. We can have a debate if 2-3% is inflation. But so far, we don't see it in prices as clearly as we saw it in the last round. But again, this is very preliminary, and we don't have August. August is an important month because it's when you start bringing your product for Christmas. And so at some point, we need to update for that. And so again, to conclude, is this a full circle moment? We do see that the US supply chain has actually been surprisingly resilient despite the shocks that it has received. It is decoupling from China, but it's diversifying. There's this little factoid that I don't know if everyone knows. When China joined the WTO, US imported 9% from China. The peak was 22%. Guess how much US imports from China right now? It's back to 9%. So what took 18 years wasn't done in half the time. And to be honest, it was not as dramatic as people would have guessed. In part because trade has continued to grow. But a lot of this that is happening with the same countries. We do think it's going to persist for many reasons. One is the products that are switching are relationship specific now, contract specific, and it's likely that those may not leave. But also, I think there is, for good, for bad, for evil, and this is work that I have been doing with David and Maggie Chen from GW. In the US, it is accepted to put protection against China. We have a paper that documents that. It might be national security, it might be loss of jobs. So that is there. As I said, it was not changed in the Biden administration. I just find it very hard to believe that independently of the government, that we're going to back to the previous arena. And also now, it seems that it does have some fiscal implications. The question, and you mentioned this, is whether this new system of bilateral interactions is going to create a new multilateral system that is better. It is true that there were a lot of complaints about the WTO. I think there was a lot of hearts broken when China came in and was not playing by the rules, but then it stopped working. This might be a way to get some of those agreements. I am not as hopeful that that's going to happen, but I also don't believe we're going to go back to where we were.
Laura, I mean, these numbers are extremely interesting to see that the US was able to cut half of the trade or more than half of the trade with China with what it seems to be relatively little cost. Have you been able to, can you look at your data and see if gradually the marginal cost of decoupling has been increasing so that the next 5% is going to be much more costly? Or, I mean, according to your data, you might think, look, we are in for another 7% of decoupling, and the cost will continue to be relatively small.
So it's hard to measure cost if you use unit prices. This round, we don't see the increase in unit prices as last time. But again, it's very early. So it could be that we just need to wait. The products that are harder to switch are the ones that took longer to switch. So those were the contract intensive and the relation is specific. We were shocked that in this round, everything switched very quickly. So again, I do think that firms have had 8 years to plan. We say this in the paper. There is a lot of discussion in uncertainty increase, but the uncertainty is we don't know what the number is going to be. I don't think there's any doubt that he was going to be protectionist. And so firms acted.
Yeah. So Simon, maybe, I mean, another thing that Simon has been doing in the last few months, I mean, Simon was part of a group that is editing, I think, the second volume of work by many economists on the effects of the policies that we have been seeing being implemented in the US. So maybe you can, I mean, react to what you have heard, but also tell us a little bit of what is your sense of the impact of the policies that we're seeing based on the work that is forthcoming from this very broad group of economists.
Yeah, this is a CEPR volume on the economic effects of the Trump administration. We're doing a new edition, having done the first edition in the summer, a new edition probably end of November, and a new edition every month after that, to Laura's point.
Because there's no data right now.
Well, on some things. Look, I will answer that question, Hunter, but I also want to look forward a little bit, because I think a fair amount about the world in 2100, when it's going to be roughly 10 billion people on the planet. And the question of how many of them will live in relatively prosperous, relatively secure ways, and how many of them are going to be very precarious or even worse. Now, two reasons for some positive feelings. One is the falling cost of energy, particularly from renewables. So this is the result primarily of Chinese innovation, actually. And the cost of producing solar and wind has fallen dramatically, and the cost of transmitting electricity over large distances has also declined. So that creates this interesting possibility that more people in the world may have access to electricity at the time when electricity can bring you not only power, but it can also bring you information, and it can also connect you with the internet. So there's probably 800 million people who don't have any connection to all of the information sources and abilities to understand the world that we have. Now, those could be very positive, and I think to this point about the you should call it something like the other China shock or the negative China shock or some other, the fact that China is being pushed out of some of these supply chains is, we think, creating opportunity for other countries and also probably moving Chinese investment to other countries in various ways that are completely legitimate. And so does this mean that a broader set of countries can enter into investment and patterns and trade relationships of the kind we've seen in East Asia and a few other places, but not that many? So perhaps there's an opportunity coming from the supply of energy and the supply of electricity and access to the internet, along with shifts away from China, because China was very strong in many of these segments. And I think then this links to the, how do we think about the second Trump administration? Because if it's shifting trade patterns, that could be really quite positive for a lot of countries. If it's protectionism and refusing to trade, I think that's a different story. Now, I did sign an amicus brief to the Supreme Court for the case they heard last week about tariffs. And I then followed the arguments at the Supreme Court, and I was quite encouraged that they seem to recognize that tariffs are in fact taxes on your own people. They also seem to emphasize that the Constitution says that only Congress and only Congress can raise taxes. But if they do support President Trump and his legal theory of tariffs, then that will open the door to subsequent presidents doing all kinds of things across borders for border adjustment based on carbon, for global corporate minimum taxes, for example, quite a long list of other things. So I think we don't know exactly where the Trump administration lands and ends in terms of changing the US Constitution, Alejandro, and changing what the president can do and changing what the role of the US can be. And if it's just a reorientation away from China, I think that may create a lot of opportunity for other places. I think China can also deal with it, frankly. But if it's a closing off of America and a withdrawal of America, by the way, if America is tampering less in the world, if America is less concerned with regime change or moving people's politics, that might actually be a positive. Right? It's not clear that we were always pursuing. Well, the people in Venezuela have already experienced under Trump 1 an enormous amount of pressure and an attempt to change the regime.
Or people who are stuck with dictators.
So I think a key issue, Alejandro, comes back to some countries inherited very difficult institutions that have struggled with them for 100 years or 200 years. Can they take advantage of whatever the world now presents them and create a better, more pro-private sector, legitimate set of institutions? I think this is on them and on the people running those countries more than it is on anybody else. I mean, it's not super fair, right? I mean, they inherited these colonial experiences. They didn't ask for them. But I think, and those are the legacies that have to be overcome. But I think there is some opportunity, potentially, from the various twists and turns of the second Trump administration.
Look, I think if one looks at Laura's data, I think well,
this is the census data.
The way you presented the data in terms of the changes in exports and export share to the U.S. and to the other countries and the reshuffling in trade. I mean, definitely there's a lot of trade diversion, trade reshuffling that many countries can take a lot of advantage, and a lot of investment can come behind this trade reshuffling, so it can present a very important opportunity to many countries. I think, and then if the uncertainty it's reduced, I'm pretty sure you have positive effects on both sides, on the reshuffling and in the reduction of uncertainty. And as you were saying, I mean, looking at technological advances, I mean, AI plus the decline in energy cost and the decline in energy storage, with the technological changes in batteries, provides for a huge positive supply shock for the world economy. So I think...
I do think, though, one thing perhaps we haven't stressed or mentioned, immigration is going to be much harder into the rich countries for the foreseeable future. I think the bipartisan consensus in the US will be much less, to allow much less immigration, particularly of less skilled people, and I think the Europeans will end up there also. So whatever the pressures that build up in other countries, they will not be to the extent that immigration can mitigate under some circumstances, that will become much more difficult.
And just if I may, on the point on energy, I fully agree with Simon, also noting, however, that the demand for energy is increasing rapidly, including for our energy, water. So just, we have to produce even more.
I put solar panels on my house recently, my wife and I did, not because it makes any economic sense, just because we think that the data centers are going to, also a good thing to do for the environment.
So before we get to that positive long run, we might run into a shortage of energy crisis, Simon?
Well, it's certainly right that in the US there's surely going to be pressure on electricity supply and water supply in some places. The building of data centers is proceeding without much constraint or consideration, and we're not building enough electricity supply to go along with that in the United States. I think the question is around the world. And renewables are a very attractive proposition. That's really interesting to put a lot of solar panels in hot places with a lot of open space and then sell the electricity to somebody who's got some money to pay for it. That already, and you can also, Saudi Arabia is already proposing to sell compute that they will produce given cheap energy, some of which will be renewable in Saudi Arabia. So the geopolitics of energy shift, I think, in ways that could be quite helpful to some lower income countries.
So maybe, Eshwar, in your book, how does the energy transition and the energy market fits into the forces that you analyze, and how migration, that's something that just came up, fits in this doom loop scenario?
Simon's work has been very inspiring in a variety of ways. His work on institutions, on technology, and so on has been very inspiring. But today he inspired me and others in a different way by arguing that we should be aiming for a Nobel Prize as well. But it occurred to me that maybe the right Nobel Prize to be aiming for is actually the Peace Prize. If one actually can think about solutions to some of these problems and ways to get out of the doom loop. Although I promise if I do get the Nobel Peace Prize, I will dedicate it to you, oh great leader who deserves all Nobel Prizes out there. It's going to be very challenging. And let me frame the issue not just in terms of energy, but a broader set of issues. You know, we talked about how globalization has worked for a lot of countries, but we are not really seeing deglobalization, but perhaps a fragmentation. You know, it is true that US trade has held up very well, and so far China's trade has held up very well, but there is a big problem that the world faces right now. The US still remains the country of major final demand, but China has grown through investing, and this has become turbocharged in the post-COVID period. So China, as you know, is experiencing deflation right now, and probably even more deflationary pressures than suggested by the official statistics. And even the government is taking measures to try to reduce competition so that you don't have declining prices. So now you have a wave of competition coming from Chinese goods that are flooding the rest of the world, and one other country, which is the major source of demand, basically putting up trade barriers. So what I envision is that for much of the rest of the world, which cannot deal with Chinese exports without having its own manufacturing sector and broader economy facing very significant problems, we're going to see trade barriers go up around the world. Under Trump one, it was a plausible scenario that other countries said, to hell with the US, let's move on together. But right now, that is not a plausible proposition. China can survive this, the US can survive this, but what I really worry about are the lower income countries. These are the countries that have fantastic demographic profiles, they have growing labor forces, they are just beginning to integrate into the world economy, but these are the countries that are going to face enormous pressures from these rifts in the world economy. If you think about trade, for these economies, the traditional path of developing through manufacturing-led exports is going to be very difficult because they are coming into maturing in a very different environment. If you think about the availability of financing, the large advanced economies are soaking up a huge amount of the world's savings through their increase in government debt, and of course many of these still remain very good places to invest, especially the US. So as you think about these forces, and then if you add on top of that the lack of consensus right now on how to approach climate-related issues, at least from one of the major powers in the world, even though the economics are certainly leading us to a future of more renewables, this is going to create enormous pressures in these countries. The pressure for greater migrant outflows is going to increase, but this has created enormous political instability in the recipient countries, and we are seeing the consequences of that. So I worry a great deal that the effects of this instability are going to be felt particularly by the vulnerable in the richer societies, but also by the more vulnerable countries.
So in a way, you're also predicting, significant political instability in emerging countries faced with this significant push that affects industrialization and affects development. Obviously, the lack of possibilities to migrate or the significant increase in cost of migration generating important social problems in emerging markets, in a way.
Yeah, I worry a great deal that we could end up seeing even more polarization in the larger countries as a consequence, more rich countries, but also in the developing countries, the escape valves will essentially be gone.
I was in this conference, Philip Lane, the chief economist for the European Central Bank, was there, and he was mentioning that the patterns you describe about China, that they're exporting, it's actually now a problem for Europe, because there is this very interesting fact about Mexico. Mexico integrated a lot to the world economy, and in every other country that had reached that level of integration, it came with a lot of development, and you wouldn't see it in Mexico. Mexico lagged in terms of growth and productivity. And one hypothesis is because Mexico was directly competing with China. And so whatever happened to Ohio happened to Mexico. It was in direct competition with China. But China has also grown in the product space, and now is in direct competition with what Europe produces. And so that is actually likely to create a lot of tension in Europe, which is probably also going to create within Europe because it won't be the same in Germany as it would be, for example, in Spain. But the patterns, I think, also are going to create problems in some of the rich countries.
That's a very important point, Laura, because it's not just Europe. If you think about the UK and its economic dependence with China, if you think about Japan, India, these are all countries that cannot afford completely to push China away, but at the same time, they're terrified about being swamped by Chinese exports. And this could lead to, trade barriers going up in a more generalized way. So what Trump may have set off is actually a sort of new era of protectionism. And again, this is very specific to this juncture because of where China is right now.
And then on AI and all of this revolution energy, countries that have critical minerals have also become important. And in this sense, is an opportunity, but a challenge for Africa, but also for Latin America that does have a lot of critical minerals. And the challenge is how we can manage so that it becomes development. And it's not easy. A lot of this technology, as you know, is either the processing is dominated by China, but also the know-how is dominated by China. So it turns out a lot of the mines worldwide are Chinese foreign ownership. So there is a challenge to see how we can turn this into development with all the additional concerns of environment, so on and so forth. But it does create an opportunity to countries that were lucky geologically. I have to say my country, Costa Rica, was not one of those. We have a lot of mosquitoes and biodiversity, but we don't have a lot of lithium.
Lucky on that front.
And we don't have a lot of lithium and rare earths. But the rest of Latin America actually does have a lot of
great people, though.
We have a lot
That
of great
helps.
people. Not even that. We're only 5 million.
And Alexia, on the multilateral system, and I mean, on the one hand, in the last 7 years also, and you talked a little bit about legitimacy, and I mean, obviously the focus on global public goods, it's a focus that needed to be strengthened. And I think the need to shift these institutions to focus on climate change, et cetera, is the right one. But for some countries, and especially after coming out of the pandemic, you had this tension on we need multilateral financing to look at education, to look at the traditional problems of development, and within a size that it's not increasing of the multilateral financial system, this is being crowded out by the global public good. So that might have exacerbated a little bit this legitimacy issue, and now where does the development industry go to in terms of global public goods or the traditional mandate in a world of squeezed resources for development?
I think the rub is with the squeezed resources, because I do think that the debate between climate or development is a false one. And frankly, I have never heard as eloquent talk about the importance of tackling climate change as from the group of the vulnerable 20 group, which are more than 20 countries, because they know the reality and they see it completely interlinked with their own future existentially for some countries and their own ability to develop, to have an agriculture that functions, et cetera. So I think it's a false debate. However, I think your question is super valid in the sense that when the discussion was made in the MDBs, what we started to see is actually more financing going to middle-income countries and even upper middle-income countries away from low-income countries, including with some of the MDB financing, particularly around work on private capital mobilization for climate mitigation, right? So we see the numbers completely skewing away from low-income countries. So that created a real tension. I think the other thing is that the allocation principles within the system is very clear for sort of national allocations with a prioritization for low-income countries. But in the proliferation of climate funds that I mentioned, the allocation system is not the same. And so again, you see a skewing towards middle income countries, upper middle income countries in the fairly large pockets of money that are in those funds and not in the sort of traditional MDB financing. So I think those questions of allocation are ones that we need to actually really resolve now and understand what both a system that has impact but also does not leave low-income countries behind looks like. And we avoided those questions previously.
I'm not going to say a lot about that because my multilateral basically is mostly middle-income countries.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe before we go to questions from the audience and bringing you, Simon, to reflect maybe on some old work that you have done, how concerned are you about U.S. public debt? Should we be concerned? Should the world be concerned?
Positive note?
Looking at a political system that doesn't seem to be fit for purpose in terms of stabilizing the growth of U.S. debt in the near future.
So, Alejandro, as you mentioned earlier, I wrote this book, 13 Bankers, on the financial crisis that did quite well. A lot of people read it, and I thought we should do a follow-up that would sort of follow the economic logic, the macroeconomic pressures on the United States, and we wrote this book, White House Burning, on U.S. public debt. Nobody read that book. Nobody was interested. No one wanted to talk about it. Everyone was, fixed in their own views about whether it's a problem, how big it is, and how to deal with it. And I think, and that was 15 years ago.
It's time to re-edit.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to write it because no one will read it. But I think the problem, Alejandro, is exactly that. You do have a Nobel Prize now. Thank you, but even then. I think the problem is exactly, and it's very much what Ishwar said, I think, that if it isn't in the politicians' faces, particularly with higher interest rates and immediate pressures, they're going to want to ignore it. They're going to want to push it down the road. And the electorate will support them on that, right? So when does it become a problem? In what form does it become a problem? Very hard to say. It's not. It's asking for trouble. We've eaten up our fiscal space. We're not in a good position if we have another crisis for ourselves, let alone for anybody else. And it's highly inadvisable. And there are softer ways. Always there are softer ways to get out of this kind of fiscal situation. But I fear we'll wait too long, and then at some point we're going to have a problem. But as I was clearly instructed on the first day I became chief economist of the IMF, never forecast an event, a number in a day in the same forecast, right? So, yes, it'll happen, but I'm not going to tell you when.
Yeah. So, I guess, before we turn to the audience for questions, it's a good time to remember the quote of your advisor, no? That he used to say, crises take longer to happen than you think, but then they happen much faster than what you thought.
He wrote that in a book he gave me, so
okay.
Yes, I do think about that quite a lot. That's really Dornbush.
So let's open it up for questions from the audience. There's one on the back.
Hi, my name is Jose from U.S. Guatemala Business Council. So my question is about the opportunities or how other Latin American countries could face this political atmosphere. For example, you were mentioning Mexico and how Mexico is attracting lots of foreign direct investment and diversifying the products that they're producing. And there was also the mention of trust, and maybe there's political uncertainty around USMCA, but I think there's trust about the US market will continue to consume the goods that are now being produced in Mexico. So the question is what are the main conditions that some countries in Latin America should be taking a look upon to, trying to guarantee these conditions to maybe do kind of a leapfrog situation in their institutions and in their attraction and friendliness with private sector?
Me? So my husband is Brazilian, and I always mention this because I'm from Costa Rica. And Latin America is very heterogeneous. I gave you two examples, size and language. And I always describe Latin America as you go down, the northern part is more embedded with US if you want trade, but as you go south, it becomes more China. And so to the point that Brazil, the main partner is China, it's not really US. And so when talking about Latin America, one does need to be careful. There is just a lot of heterogeneity and a lot of opportunities. But I don't think there is leapfrogging. I think that's usually a problem. I think everyone wants a magic wand to solve all the problems, and development, it takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of work every day. And we need to improve our infrastructure, and we need to teach our kids math and science. We had a catastrophe in terms of education in Latin America, and by the way, the US as well. And I have always been shocked how this gets no press time. No press time. Our kids all over the world know less math now than they did 5 years ago, and we're not talking about it. There's a lot of political reasons why we don't talk about it. But there's no leapfrogging if our kids don't know the basics. And so, as I said, I think if we work to improve our institutions, if we work to improve our infrastructure, and we do the basics, I think that does open opportunities, perhaps not to the US, but there's a lot of internal opportunities that we could exploit within Central America, with South America. I think we can open up those trade routes. It is very interesting that there's very little trade within Latin America. And so in part it's because sometimes it's easier to go to, or cheaper to go to Miami than go from Costa Rica to Nicaragua. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But again, I don't think there's leapfrogging. Let's just work every day to try to get the things right.
So I'd like to respond, but also deferring to the experts here, much more expert than me on the region. So it seems to me that Mexico will reach an accommodation with the US. Okay, painful and with plenty of drama. And the key issue there is back to the beginning of what was discussed at the beginning of NAFTA, which was to lower the probability of mass migration from Mexico to the United States. And I believe that net migration from Mexico to the United States has been zero or maybe negative, meaning flow back to Mexico for 15 years or something like this. It's a remarkable achievement. Okay, Mexico might wish for higher wages and so on, I get that. But on the migration front, it was really addressed. I think USMCA will remain in some version for that. But if we think about other parts of Central America, and let's just start with or focus on Guatemala, the fact that you can close the southern border of Mexico fairly effectively and keep it closed for a prolonged period of time would seem to remove the geopolitical impetus to ever consider other places such as Guatemala or Honduras as being brought into USMCA. So European Union...
There is a U.S. Central American Dominican Republic agreement.
So the European Union obviously was built around a couple of relatively rich countries and expanded to reach countries with lower income per capita, and in the end you have 27 countries. Is that going to happen in the Americas?
So that's what I'm saying. There is a U.S. Central America agreement already. Yes, CAFTA.
Yeah, there are many agreements between the U.S., Chile, Peru, then Mexico. But what is true, and I think Laura was saying, and you're asking, I mean, there's a huge space for Latin American economic integration, trade, energy, regulation, services. So as I think the discussion was taking place this morning here on geopolitics and talking about Europe, I think somebody mentioned Manuel mentioned the Draghi report and the Letta report saying, look, we have a problem with the US now, but we have had a 4-decade problem in continue to push integration, and if we significantly reduce internal barriers, et cetera, we can get a productivity boost that is much larger than what we're getting with the US. I think what both Laura and you, Simon, are addressing is, will Latin America rise to that opportunity and really seeing that they can put some political differences on the side and focus on things that will prove mutually beneficial for most of the countries and push this integration agenda? Now it looks something that it might not happen. You don't see the Latin American countries focusing on that. And I agree with you that it seems that Mexico and the US might eventually reach an agreement that continues to give preferential access to Mexican exports to the US. I think there's a question mark on automobiles, that it's half of the trade, but it makes sense from a migration point of view, it makes sense from a security point of view for the US. and it makes sense from an economic point of view if you want to continue to decouple from China, no?
Yeah, I would have thought that the winning proposition, again, across administrations, would be security of supply chains. From minerals, where Laura said you need to make sure you get a good deal, up through lower labor cost activities into the auto industry and then beyond, that's going to be a very strong proposition to all administrations. And so if you can integrate into the US on that basis, on favorable terms, that's great. I just think that the migration consideration, it was salient in 92, 94, right? And it was a winning argument, and it's turned out to be correct. But I'm not sure that same logic is going to necessarily factor in bringing certain kinds of jobs to some other places. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Just again, in terms of the benefits of these trade agreements, I don't think people know this, but the number 2 source of biomedical devices in the US is actually Costa Rica. Mexico is number 1, and Germany, depending on what you count. But the other one is Dominican Republic. So in some niche products there has been some success. The problem with a lot of Central American problems goes back to your Nobel Prize winning it's institutions. So it is very hard in some of these countries because of violence, and let me end at least there. There's more. Nicaragua is also not a democracy and it has had many issues and so on and so forth. But interestingly, in terms of migration, whether you like the approach or not, Salvador, which used to be a country that would send a lot of migrants to the US, they're also coming back. Again, you may be in favor or against the way the violence was solved, but actually people are coming back, and that actually is bringing some challenges to El Salvador, because now they need to create jobs for the people that are coming back. But that is also, I still think that the US does see it as a point, trying to limit some of that migration, and in fact I think a lot of support to the region are to countries that have limited some or that will work with trying to limit some of those. But the bigger point is, how do we get countries in Latin America to trade with each other? I think in South America is the biggest challenge, because they still have a lot of barriers related to, again, a lot of issues. And I think some are trying to work on it, but not all of them.
I mean, we have time for a couple of more questions.
There's a hand there. Yeah.
So.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Somi Perez from Peru, from the Latin American Initiative and in Governance here from the Georgetown University. And I come from Peru, working for more than 7 years in the field of renewable energy and mining. And I think that the risk that now has Latin America is very huge. The initiatives and all the investments of China in our countries, we can see in every sector in Peru, in Chile, in Bolivia. So we not only need investments in terms of money, we also need the technical investment. What is the focus that China is doing now? They are investing in Peru. Now we have the electricity monopoly in Lima of the electric distribution, for example. So China also is in every moment in more mining companies in Peru, and also I know that in Chile. So, but this type of method is not considering, for example, the technical integration of these countries. We are keeping in this model of extractive countries that we are giving the resources, but we can't do that same type of industries that now China is doing, or maybe the global South, the global North countries is doing. So maybe more than a question, a suggestion is try to invest in technical cooperation in the countries that to these countries, that Latin American countries can advance also in industrialization, not in this model of extractive economies.
Yeah, I mean, I would just agree, and I think when we're talking to a lot of emerging markets right now in the context of sort of the crisis in development, and actually, although the quantum of financing that's needed dominates the sort of media headlines, many countries talk about global knowledge, so not knowledge from whatever the best source is, as one of their priorities, as well as sort of real long-term sort of institutional capacity building. So not consultants, but really the ability to strengthen core staff in core government ministries or key agencies. So completely agree that that's an I think, there's less attention on this part of development cooperation, but I think it's critical. And I think, with over 70% of the processing done by China in the critical minerals space, the enthusiasm around this time around emerging markets wanting to capture value is great, but being able to do that well, starts with skill sets in universities in terms of having the right skills in countries, in terms of figuring out, the energy sources, the water sources, legal negotiations around contracts, the infrastructure so that you can sort of not only get the processed materials out, but you're building communities that have livelihood opportunities around mines, and then financing that's patient and long-term enough, because it takes about 15 years, from pit to port. And so solving all that ecosystem around really benefiting from the opportunities of critical minerals, I think deserves a lot of attention.
So we will close this panel. I think we've heard a lot about, the trends that will be driving the world economy in the next decade, how Latin America needs to react to that, take advantage of this situation in which it's not an active player in the geopolitical sphere, and it has many resources to take advantage of that. And also, looking at what has been happening in the last 6 months, the main Latin American economies has been on the appreciating side of the dollar weakening trade, a reflection of the work that has been done on strengthening the macro, having independent central banks, floating currencies, that I think has significantly paid off, and country risk has been coming down in this environment of global uncertainty, and growth, has not been affected by this volatility up to now. So I think that's a positive note for Latin America, with a lot of question marks and challenges that have been described here. So with that, I will close the panel. We'll ask you to give our panelists a round of applause, and we will have a coffee break.
Thank you. We will now have a coffee break until 5:15 for our last panel of the day, a conversation between Moisés Naim and President Ernesto Zedillo.
someone. Come here.
What are these for? Like for translating?
No, it's their microphones.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
They just kind of clip onto their chest,
All
and
right.
this sends the signal
Okay. Thank you.
I was told to give this back to you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to invite people to start taking their seats. We will start our last panel of the day in a couple of minutes. Sí, yo sí. We now welcome panelists for our last session, Shifts in Geopolitics and Trade, What's Next for Latin America and the Caribbean. It'll be a conversation with Moises Naim, Distinguished Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, author of Charlatans, and host of Efecto Naim, with former President of Mexico, Ernesto Zedillo, who's the director of the Program for the Study of Globalization at the Yale University Jackson School of Global Affairs, and professor in the field of international economics and politics.
And he served as the president of Mexico from 1994 to 2000. It's very tempting. President Zedillo has proven to be a man of many interesting traits. He, for example, was recently recognized by the American Philosophical Society. So you're now officially a philosopher.
Well, that's questionable, but I am grateful to the American Philosophical Society.
We're just going to, you have a long, rich list of activities and achievements and awards and everything else, but we know you, so we don't need to do that. We live it seems, in a time of bubbles. Bubbles everywhere, misalignments, things that don't work. In politics, in international economics, in international finance, in governance, global governance. You have been in many organizations that look at these trends. What do you think are the three main bubbles in the world today?
Well, I don't think in terms of bubbles, but what I see is a moment of crisis in the order that was built after the two traumatic, more than two traumatic experiences of the first half of the 20th century. After having endured the First War, the Second War, and in between the Great Depression, and that under the leadership of the United States, the world, the powers of the world, came to the conclusion that it was important to build a system based on rules. It was never a perfect system, but it was, however, an order that at least directionally was followed by the main players. And I would say emerging countries, developing countries, also played to a significant degree. And I would say in most cases to their advantages in that world. I think that is now under serious threat. Some people would say it's over, se acabó, and now we have entered or are entering a new era in which what rules is power. And that is extremely dangerous because I think world history teaches that whenever the idea that all that counts is military and economic power, and that has ended up in a very bad scenario. So I would say that's the big shift that we need to acknowledge first and foremost. Beyond that, of course, there are many events happening in the world, bubbles, as you said, but for me, that's the fundamental challenge we are going through. We could speak about new technological developments and many other things, but for me, this is a fundamental question.
One of the main weaknesses that irradiates problems is the multilateral system, and the multilateral institutions are either not working well or working too late or working too weak. Is there a problem of global governance?
Well, indeed, there is a problem of global governance, but I wouldn't say that it happens because of a failure of multilateral institutions. I think since the 1990s, it was very clearly stated that there was a growing gap between the economic interdependence that was developing and the lack of updating the rules, not only for economic matters, but also geopolitics. And that gap in global governance, of course, has increased, and nowadays, of course, is huge. But the issue is that what we don't see is the willingness to undertake that governance. On the contrary, what we see is a deliberate desire from the main powers not to have any governance, but the one they think, they believe, I think wrongly, it's in their own benefit. Now, on the question of institutions, well, you know, I remember my dear friend Richard Holbrooke used to have a very funny example, that, you know, blaming the UN for the failure to make international peace and security prevail, and he will give other examples of so-called failures, is like blaming the Madison Square Garden for how bad the Knicks play, right? Well, you know, these multilateral institutions are intergovernmental institutions. That is to say, they only have life to the extent that governments that are the partners in those endeavors decide to make them work. And what we see nowadays is that governments, the powerful ones, don't have the wish to use the multilateral order to address the challenges that the world has. But the failure is not in the institutions, because those institutions cannot be reformed, cannot be improved in all of their aspects if governments that are supposed to give life and governance to those institutions decide to do so. So I think we have to be careful, particularly in places like this, in this cathedral of international relations, to be rigorous. You know, when we speak about the failure of multilateral institutions, that's the surface. That's the tip of the iceberg. I think we have to speak of the failure of governments that don't realize that having good multilateral institutions is first and foremost in their own respective national interests.
You have been in many commissions for the improvement of the UN, for a lot of these global governance institutions trying to find a way out of this dilemma, this problem. From being in all of these things, you already know what are the obstacles to change. There are many reasons, including the fact that you're highlighting is that the problem is not institutions, it's the owners of the institutions that are not guiding and funding and supporting and respecting the institutions, and therefore that's what you're saying, is that the problem is not the institution, the problem is the owners of the institution.
Well, and the lack of abiding by the rule of law, because at the root of these institutions there is something which is called international law, But when governments decide that international law is no longer relevant, that's when they start torturing people, they start violating human rights, they start absurd trade wars, violating international law, and so on and so forth. And that's a failure.
Are there irreversible damages? Today, throughout the day here, we heard some very interesting perspectives. Mostly, many seem to be saying that there is damage that is irreversible, that damage has been done to the system as we know it, that that system is gone, that what replaces it is still in the works and not there. So is there a irreversible damage?
Well, no, I think there are several topics involved in your question, Moises. Of course, damage can be reversible if countries or governments decide to abide by international law and do what they committed to do in the past. And once they do that, it will not be an impossible undertaking to take decisions to improve the working of those institutions. However, given the behavior that some of those powers have entertained or have over a number of years, what we can see is that the damage is severe to the extent that some people declare that the system is, in some aspects, absolutely broken. I mean, this is not an indiscretion, but last week I was with a group in which convened by Mike Froman and former USTR and now president of the Council of Foreign Relations. And my endeavor was to react to something he wrote a few weeks ago for Foreign Affairs, in which basically he declares the WTO dead. And then he advances some ideas of how the system will be configured in the future. Well, however, you know, once we look at those ideas, at least for me, my conclusion is that it is better to fix the existing system rather than move along, in his case, these plurilateral agreements outside an umbrella, outside a framework like the GATT in its time or now the WTO, because basically we will have an anarchic world. And uncoordinated, incoherent, and I think very ineffectual. Furthermore, in his idea, it will be the US leading the agreement of these plurilateral instruments. And I said, my friend, sorry, that train left the station already. There is, I mean, under the present conditions, the United States cannot lead practically anything that has to do with a new order based on rules.
One of the articles that was mentioned today here was one about the end of alliances. Who needs alliance is the point, no? And if we don't have alliances, you have bilateral, highly interpersonal, transactional kind of policy making and policy decisions. Do you see that, the end of alliances, as part of the trends now? Or alliances will come back?
Well, people who opine that maybe are thinking that arrangements like those used by organized crime, La Mafia or the Mexican cartels, for that matter, are better for governance. I disagree. You know, I think you have to have a legal foundation. You have to have institutions that implement those legal agreements. You have to have procedures for discussing issues and participants must be willing to abide by the rules agreed and be willing.
But the willingness, let me interrupt, the willingness to abide depends on the politics underlying. These are governments that are under pressure. They need to come up with populist proposals that will buy them
I don't
popularity.
think they need to. I mean, populism is an easy expedient to access and to keep power.
But then there is a global trend towards that. When you say there is not a good predisposition to make multilateral organizations work because governments that own and are not abiding using you, well, why? How can, what's your solution to that?
Well, obviously, I'm not in the business of providing solutions. Otherwise, I would be very rich as a consultant. But no, I think we need to go back to basics. Do we believe in certain universal values that we inherited from the Enlightenment? Have we understood traumatic historical experiences that humanity have gone through? Do we understand that interdependence and governance has provided enormous opportunities to humanity to achieve human, economic, and political progress? If we understand all that, well, we have to fight for that. But we also have to understand that enemies of freedom, enemies of human rights, enemies of democracy, people willing to use democracy to grab power and then use that power to destroy democracy are out there. So I would say my proposal is opposition to that, because otherwise...
what form takes that opposition? What it means?
Well, in my modest case, I'm just a modest university professor.
Philosopher.
No, not philosopher. Unfortunately, I have the original sin that many of you, including yourself, and I see another one, at least Santiago Levy, we have a terrible original sin, which is to be boring, dull economists, right? We are nothing fancy like...
Let me use concrete examples to illustrate your view of what can be done in the diagnosis, which is the case of Venezuela. You have a dictator that is entrenched and that is not going to go away unless...
You are making a prediction?
No, I am.
You will be wrong.
I'm describing possible scenarios. But how, I'm using that as a case study about the working or not working of international organisms.
No, but that's not international organisms.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, I do hear what you say, but I will, once I was what was his name? His title, the head of the OECD, not Gurria, but the previous one, Johnston from Canada, organized a dinner for me in Paris. And there was a very elegant Venezuelan lady, countrywoman, and she came to me and said, "Oh, Mr. President," this was 2004, 2005, something like that. And she started to complain about Chavez, right? And something told me that there was a rather fishy situation, because I asked her, who did you vote for in 1999? And she said, well, Chavez. Okay. When he submitted the new constitution for approval, did you say yes or no? She said, yes. When he got reelected under the new constitution, who did you vote for? She said, well, Chavez. I said, well, but things have changed. And I said, lady, maybe you deserve to have Chavez for 20 years so that you learn, because you betrayed democracy. That man not only was the head of a coup d'etat, but he tried to kill President Perez. And you know this story, of course, better than me. And how can you, in your right mind, can go and elect a person like that as president of Venezuela, right? Well, my answer is to have democracy, you need people citizens who believe in democracy. And that's what we have to fight for. You know, we have failed in deliberating, in educating, if you allow me the word, to tell people, you know, yes, you have rights in a society, but you also have obligations, civic obligations. And I think in countries where autocratic leaders have emerged, yes, they are a pathology in this century. But I think the biggest pathology is in the citizens who elect them.
If Trump calls you and says, tell me what to do with Venezuela, what would you tell him?
No, President Trump will not call me. I'm sure. Maybe they will call me for another reason. I live on a 1-year visa, so I have it. I carry it with me now. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you so that you don't. I have it with me, okay? So, yeah, that would be the only. No, President Trump. No, I would say, yes, I would say something, you know, foreign intervention, particularly from the Americans in domestic political affairs in Latin America, has most of the time, about 99%, been a failure, including, by the way, Venezuela. In 2002, in March, I guess, there was an internal situation in Venezuela. Chavez was out. Actually, very easy. He took a plane and asked to be sent somewhere. Say, okay, bye-bye, me voy, right? And 2 or 3 hours later, the U.S. ambassador, for no reason, I don't think he even had instructions from Washington, went out and made a statement attacking Chavez and celebrating that Chavez was gone. The consequence of that is that Chavez was back in Caracas a day or two after. So I once told Fidel Castro that he should build a monument to Uncle Sam in the Havana Malecón, because only thanks to Uncle Sam he could have stayed that long as dictator of Cuba. Of course, he was not happy when I said that. But I absolutely believe, you know, that if you want to keep a dictator in Latin America, have him being supported by the US government.
You mentioned that you observed that democracy is under threat, is undermined, in some places has disappeared, and it's no longer, you cannot call that country a democracy. You said that of Mexico. You said Mexico is no longer a democratic country.
Yeah, I have said it and written it, and we'll keep saying it until things change in Mexico. I would say that constitutionally, this is not only de facto. Mexico has stopped being a democracy. When you have a situation in which a party gets a qualified majority in Congress to change the Constitution through frauds to the Constitution, against the Constitution, when you have a situation in which that party from Congress, and of course under the initiative of the executive, disappears the judiciary, not only the federal, by the state judiciary, and replace it by a judiciary de facto appointed by the government, when you control through various tricks the electoral institutions to control the elections and the result of the elections, when you give the army the national police and give the army the authority to investigate common deviations or faults against penal laws, when you enlarge what is called the preventive prison, when you limit significantly the habeas corpus, the derecho de amparo, so that you can imprison citizens practically for no reason and go against their individual and property rights, when, in a word, you no longer have checks and balances of the executive power, and you have the means to control the results of the election. Well, if you dare to call that democracy, then there must be something with your definition that you are using. And that is what has happened in Mexico. Even worse, they have approved something that they call misleadingly constitutional supremacy, by which decisions to change the Constitution by Congress cannot be reviewed by a constitutional tribunal. That's unique in the world. So they could decide that slavery is fine in Mexico again, or many incredible things, by the way, against international covenants that Mexico has subscribed and have become law of the land in Mexico. And yet they are saying, if Congress decides, of course under the orders of the executive, there is no tribunal to say that that is wrong. Well, all of that, of course, in my view, constitutes the destruction of Mexican democracy.
One of the conditions of democracy is term limits. Do you think there will be a continuity of the same political party, perhaps even the same president, or you think there is going to be a change?
I will question that that's a condition for democracy. What you need to have democracy is a system in which, of course, you need to have elections, but not any kind of elections. You need to have elections with fair conditions for political competition. You need to have legality for that procedure, and you need to make sure that you have a constitutional structure by which there are significant, efficient, meaningful checks and balances. You may have the same party controlling the executive and Congress. That's an outcome of elections, if the elections are fair, legal, and free. But still, therefore, you need to have an independent and professional judiciary that ensures that the law is complied with. And all of that we have lost in Mexico, right? Whether there is re-election or not, I think it's a political decision, preference. I mean, there have been moments in which some countries, Japan is a democracy, and for practical purposes, the same party has prevailed, and that has happened also in other parts of the world. At some point in the United States, presidents could be reelected more than 2 terms, but as long as the procedures to undertake elections are fair, legal, and there are checks and balances, I think you have democracy, independent judiciary being a very important condition.
I wanted to ask you about concrete examples of the region. Latin America is moving to the right. Politically, the trend seems to move to the right. So I wanted to ask you about Javier Milei and his policies, and also about Bukele and his policies. Tell me about your views about Milei and the sustainability of political and economic sustainability of what he's doing.
Well, frankly, there are much more knowledgeable people of Argentina in this room. Of course, Alejandro is one of them, and he just introduced me to Luis. Where is Luis that I just met outside? from the IMF. It was Luis, that an economist at the IMF. I mean, there are people who know more about Argentina. I read the IMF report on the Western Hemisphere yesterday or one of these days, and they say, well, Milei is doing things that were needed to fix the Argentinian economy. They also say that he has to go a long way before any hint of victory can be declared. Of course, I don't share his style at all. I like, to see serious political leaders that use the language properly. I thought it was a disgrace, and Mexico was a pioneer, unfortunately, of that new approach to politics, that if you insult and say improper things about your adversaries, then you bring the public's attention to you, and maybe that wins votes. I mean, that style, I don't like it. I am very old-fashioned. I will be 74 next month, Moises, so you can understand that side of me. But it's a matter of style. Whether I think President Milei has had low-hanging fruit. There was such a disorder in the Argentinian economy that whatever he has done to fix some of the things that he needed to fix, of course, was going to give results, but they need to do much more. And I hope that in the process of doing much more, the style is moderated. Because at the end of the day, to do the things that they need to do to continue fixing the Argentinian economy is not sufficient to have only part of the population agreeing with that. You need to create a more significant social base and acceptance of what needs to be done. If a person continues to use Manichaeism to say, oh, everything is about the bad guys and the good guys, I mean, that's an oversimplification. That's not correct. And so far, that has been the case, right? I don't know how he calls it, La Mafia or something. Well, the problem is much more complex than that. And at some point, he will need even the other political forces to take the measures that are needed to really transform for the better the Argentinian economy, which of course has an incredible potential.
There was a recent report on torture in the Americas that singled out several countries where torture is part of the story. That used to be the case in the horrible years of military juntas and things like that. Then it went away. Torture is no longer a political instrument, but it's now back. And not just as a political instrument, but as a policy concerning safety and criminal situations. And President Bukele of El Salvador is a symbol of that, and he's inspiring other countries that want to have, that being overwhelmed by the cartels, to start looking for whatever options, and they find Mr. Bukele's practices as something that they feel that can be followed. Where do you stand there?
No, well, of course, I don't stand on anything that has to do with the violation of basic human rights, with the lack of respect to due process, with the lack of respect to the law. It may be that in some cases, doing all of that, committing those crimes, seem to provide results short term. But in my view, doing that is not long-term sustainable. I think it is certainly perhaps more difficult short term, but more significant in many respects to do the right thing. And to do the right thing is to address the various dimensions that have caused the degree of criminality that was prevailing in El Salvador. And by the way, do not ignore the external circumstances, because what also happened in El Salvador is that there were a lot of people that were sent back from the US to El Salvador with no provisions to prevent the propagation of criminality. And El Salvador was not a unique case. I remember to have been in the Dominican Republic right after the US overnight practically took prisoners, Dominican prisoners that were in US jails, and practically without announcement sent them back to the Dominican Republic. And the situation was terrible, because suddenly you have these many people in the streets, probably with no occupation, doing the only thing they know what to do. Well, this is when coordination, cooperation comes into play. And the fact is that...
Alliances.
Well, cooperation, yes, coordination, rule of law, and we don't have that. Mm-hmm.
Let me invite you to raise your hand if you're interested in asking a question. One over there.
Speaking of torture, Moises and I are being tortured by those lights. So I see that, aren't you? Can you see? So, yeah, now I can see you.
Here's a question.
Hi. Good evening, President Cedillo. Good
Where are you?
Aquí, third row.
Well, I can
Yeah.
hardly
Can you see me?
Okay.
Yeah, great. Imagine it's the 30th of September, 2024, and it is your last day of office of the presidency of Mexico.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So assume it's the 30th of September of last year, the last day of office.
No. My last day in office was.
I know. We're doing a creative exercise.
No, I don't assume other. No, forget
Okay,
it. Next
just follow me.
question.
Just follow me.
No.
If you could leave a letter in President Sheinbaum's desk, as it is customary here in Washington, what would you read? What would it say?
No, I haven't thought about it. In fact, I wrote my letter on September 15, and I made it public in a way. And it was an accident. I was invited to speak, to make the opening remarks at a meeting that took place in Mexico of the International Bar Association. This Congress, it was 2,000 or 3,000 lawyers from all over the world, got together. They get together periodically in different places in the world, and they asked me to speak there, and it was September 15. I was planning to speak about the topics that we started to talk about here, international law, the multilateral system, and so on. And then in August, in the summer peace of New Haven, I started to think about what should I write for that occasion. But then I started to get news that something very strange was cooking up in Mexico, that President López Obrador had proposed a series of reforms, and actually only because he spoke about the Cedillo reforms, of course in a very negative, insulting, and lying, I pay attention to that. And then I started to look carefully about what he was or he intended to do. And I said, this cannot be true. And then I started to inquire further to get information. And I tried to connect the dots, and I think I did, and realized that his project was really the destruction of Mexican democracy. And to make a long story short, practically 15 minutes before the event, I finished writing my remarks. And actually, this thanks to Dr. Google, I wrote it both in English and Spanish. And it was a long speech. I was sorry for the organizers, where basically I denounced what Mr. López Obrador was doing. And on that occasion, and in later occasions, I said, I hope President Sheinbaum rectifies this. But actually that day, López Obrador was signing into law the destruction of the Mexican judiciary, and next to him was the president-elect, President Sheinbaum. Many people thought, or some people thought, that once she was in power, she will rectify and backpedal. Well, actually, it became worse, because under her guidance, when the matter got to the Constitutional Tribunal, she maneuvered to prevent the Constitutional Tribunal to review the judiciary reform. And all the blueprint that was produced by López Obrador on February 5th, 2024, she has continued to apply in terms of reforms to destroy the independent institutions of the state that, like the Competition Commission, like the Energy Commission, like the Information and Transparency Independent Commission, all the independent institutions that existed also to check the power of the executive have been destroyed under the watch of President Sheinbaum, as well as the enhancement of the preventive prison, the destruction of the habeas corpus as traditionally existed in Mexico, which was exemplary, I would say, in Latin America and the world, all of that under the watch of President Sheinbaum. Early this year, in a meeting that I did by video at the ITAM, I said the president is still on time to reconsider, to unify Mexico. She should call the other political parties, her own party, and say, you know, we shouldn't be doing what we are doing because democracy is important for Mexico. And she did it. She keeps going. You were saying something very revealing about President Sheinbaum when we were talking there, Moises. You should repeat it. I mean,
No,
why are you
what
questioning me? I should question you too.
No, it's a very easy way to answer. I mentioned the incident, or the situation in which in one of her morning talks, la mañanera, o como se llama.
No, you mentioned something which is very...
Le preguntaron a ella en una rueda de prensa, I'm sorry, they asked her in a press conference, what did she think of the fact that Maria Corina Machado from Venezuela won the Nobel Prize? And she looked with disdain and said, no comment. That's what I was, and I thought it was easy to have just said how proud she was that a Latin American woman would be awarded the Nobel Prize. So there's many, many other ways of answering to that question, and she didn't. She picked the one right and delivered it in a very disdainful, deprecationary way. So that's, you forced me to become. I better go to questions. Yes. Let's start here.
Bueno, hi, Señor Presidente. Thank you so much for being here. I am a sophomore student studying science and international affairs, y pues soy mexicana. Linking a little bit what you said about Mexico, I know you emphasized how damage can always be reversed, how it's possible to kind of potentially in the future backtrack from this democratic backsliding that Mexico has witnessed. But you also emphasize the role that Mexican society plays, that these are people who were voted for, that there are certain elements in their platforms that are catering to the needs, to the desires of the majority of Mexican society. And so while you did stress kind of like this responsibility of society to have like a civic duty to democracy, I wanted to ask, what do you see in the future as being the keystones to change?
Well, actually, I haven't said in concrete that the dramatic and very sad Mexican situation has, at this point, a way to be reversed. I haven't said that because I don't see that. Whenever power has been grabbed, like it happened in Mexico, and literally I think we have had a coup d'etat without tanks in the street. What we have is a party that won an election thanks to democracy, right? Thanks to the reforms that we did in 1995, 1996. They grabbed power, and now they have done everything that is needed for them to stay in power indefinitely. When you have such a situation, it's very tough because what we have seen in the world is that you need long, sustained civil resistance, right? Until the autocrats say that no longer have future there and they look for a way out. And the other way has been, sadly, and I hope it never happens again in Mexico, but it happened once with the Mexican Revolution. I think that's the very sad point we are situated. Right now, it doesn't feel like that. Why? Because Mr. López Obrador put together a political machinery that he copied, frankly, I must say, from my party, from the PRI. But also he mounted a machinery of clientelism. He destroyed social programs. He took money away from education, from health, and created programs to please, people with some transfers, and built into that conditions for political loyalty, just as it was done in Venezuela. I mean, if you go back to 2001, 2002, 2003, when Chavez started to have a lot of money from oil revenues, well, people, the majority were saying, oh yes, this is good, right? Of course, when the money was exhausted, then they realized how wrong they were. But by then it was too late, because Chavez and his successor had all the tools, repressive tools, propaganda tools, and otherwise, to keep power. And to have elections, by the way, periodically, and to say, they say that if you have elections, you have democracy. That's not true. You have to have certain conditions for political competition to have real democracy. And the next step is when people are really exhausted from suffering a bad government, as the Venezuela probably has been one of the worst governments in history, in modern history. Look at the economic figures of Venezuela. I mean, only Zaire now, Democratic Republic of Congo, has been as bad as Venezuela, yeah. Really, Moises, you are an economist. Look at the figures. Then they say, okay, never mind. Yes, we'll have elections. But then we have, like elections last year, the opposition wins 80%, and they say, I don't care, I won. And if you don't like it, do as you wish. Well, those conditions structurally now exist in Mexico. All these safeguards have been destroyed, and now they can do whatever they want. And I think they will try.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. Sorry. Hi, my name is Martin Gallardo. I am a Georgetown alumni, and I have a question actually to both of you. Professor Naim, in his book, The Revenge of Power, he wrote about the three Ps: populism, post-truth, and polarization. And the question is, how do you think that the three Ps are affecting the geopolitics of the Americas, and what can we do, like under democracies, to stop the development of those three Ps from autocrats? Thank you so much.
No, this is for you. You wrote the book.
Contéstalo tú.
No, you answer.
Very, very quickly, what's happening, I think the root cause of all these things is government underperformance. Governments are simply not performing. Public sector doesn't work well. There are limits to what can be achieved, and expectations of the voters are very, very high everywhere. That's a pattern that is everywhere. Government is lack of satisfaction from the part of the voters, and governments that do not deliver. You put that together, and governing becomes very, very hard. When governments cannot do anything else than resort to the three Ps, which are tools to avoid the consequences, the constraining consequences of that. And so you start using populism. The president doesn't like that word, but it's a very powerful explanation that has always been with us, but now has been amplified.
I do like it as a category of analysis, populism.
Thank you.
I'm not a populist, but yeah.
So populism is divide and conquer. Populism is give people whatever they want. Try to satisfy in whatever way possible the lack of performance and the expectation of the people, to which plenty of things were promised. But that is now happening. The basic globalization, I'm sorry, the essence of the story of the 3P then becomes that polarization has always existed, but now has been amplified by the third P, the third P is the way in which information gets misused, is the end of truth in many ways. So put them all together, the idea that you can lie as much as you want and nothing happens. So these are the three Ps, and then they are used around the world to retain power.
No, I think there's indeed, this is indeed a very powerful narrative, the one that Moises Naim has built. And actually, he has done the same. He's one of the most imaginative persons I know, intellectual, because he has done this for many other phenomena in the past, and I think it's very useful. I would say, however, that one can find examples in which the logic of this narrative will show or will project some questions. Think, for example, about Poland. Poland has been an extremely successful country after the collapse of the Soviet Union, has been one of the best performing economies in Europe. People have made a lot of progress, thanks not only for the good reforms that they did after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but also when they joined the European Union. I mean, there will be very little to see in Poland's economic performance for their own people that will suggest that at some point that they will have a populist, anti-European party in power for many years. Only now they have in government, again, a liberal, center-left prime minister. But after electing this fellow, now they have elected a populist president. I mean, it's not necessarily about governments do not delivering. You can have governments that have done the right thing, and yet this polarization and populism is still there. So we have to, to be case by case looking at, because it's more complicated.
We're running out of time, but there is a subject and a theme that I would be remiss if I don't bring to the conversation, because you have been a global influencer, global player in all the fights for doing something effective for climate change. Give us your sense. You are a member of several commissions. You have been part of the conversation at the highest levels of governments around the world. What's your current feeling about climate change?
Well, of course, I am a believer on the threat of climate change. I have purported some positions which are not mine. They stem from the work of serious people who have influenced me significantly. Professor William Nordhaus, my old professor and also colleague at the university. And sometimes I have been a little bit skeptical of the pace at which international agreements on this matter have evolved. I didn't open any bottle of champagne with the Paris Agreement, because simply I think there was one important ingredient, or two important ingredients missing there. Ingredients that, by the way, towards Paris had come into serious consideration, and that was the agreement on pricing carbon emissions globally, carefully but progressively. And the other one was mechanism to enforce whatever was agreed in Paris. Well, ever since, we have seen practically a stagnation of any agreements to move in the right direction. However, I think what happened on the one hand with the price of oil years ago, the price of oil in real terms increased dramatically. And also the very active role of government policies have delivered us technological opportunities that nobody really envisioned. The collapse in the price of energy produced by renewables, basically wind and sun, has been spectacular. So what we can see today is that we do have the technological possibility to mitigate seriously climate change, but the key economic and political decisions to accelerate that progress are not simply taken. Right now, well, I don't expect anything of that kind to happen in Belém. Unlike previous COPs, I say, well, what is important today is to keep pedaling the bicycle, that the whole thing doesn't collapse. And we know that there are people very interested in making the whole undertaking collapse. It's in the newspapers. The US government is lobbying countries to make the meeting fail. It has happened before. It happened in Copenhagen, the meeting previous to Paris, that there was a failure, there was no agreement, there was no final statement. I think at least there should be a statement to say we keep on business. There may be some countries that are leaving, hopefully only temporarily, but they will be back in their own national interest, but that they keep using whatever we have of the multilateral instrument to keep fighting against climate change.
With these words, we finish a long day with plenty of ideas, points of views, and it could not be better a person to end.
Just a minute. It has been a very, very long day, but let's not leave before thanking Moises, who helped us put together this last panel and the conference, and President Cedillo, who took a train, finishing his class, I think, at 12, to be here with us. And
train, you know, no fast trains here.
Exactly. And all of you for staying with us for the whole day. It was the first forum, and I think it was a very good agenda and with a lot of engagement from the audience. So thank you very much. Let me just thank, on behalf of the Georgetown Americas Institute and the Global Engagement Office, Denise Yanovich, Kate Blansett, Julia Murillo, Mariela Ferrer, Santiago Barros, and all the student volunteers who help us carry this conference through. And let's just give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Good night.